Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, I can hear you.
First of all, I want to welcome each and everyone in this meeting from the department. My opening, it will be like that, and I'm going to say it here very boldly. When I become the MMC of housing, when the mayor appointed me as the MMC of housing, I said we are going to transform the housing department into a department that is working for everyone in Knysna, for all the wards of Knysna. And I can see it now that we are busy moving into that direction of working for all the areas of Knysna, from Setfield to Renendal to Karatra, to the northern areas, to Horney, to all these areas. This is what we have when we talk about the housing department. It must be a department that is working for everyone. It mustn't be a department that is only looking into a certain ward or certain areas. But I can see now the department is working in all the areas of Knysna. And first of all, I also want to say to the department that is very hard working. You must keep it up. You must keep the work up. No matter what is coming our way, let's be focused and let's we deliver to the community of Knysna. This is my introduction. I want to welcome everyone, the councillors present in the meeting, Councillor Lavelle, Councillor Russell Arendse, Councillor Hilton, and also Councillor Kokora in the meeting. So my opening is there that the department is a department that is working for the greater Knysna. And I can see it. The department is working for the greater Knysna. Point number 2, I also want to welcome, if there's people that is listening in, I also want to welcome this for listening into our meeting, the residents of Knysna. And I can assure them that we are going to really work very hard so the residents of Knysna can really feel that they have been looked after in this department. Thanks. Point number 2, attendance. Members present, I see the members that are on Teams, just indicate for record purpose that they are in the meeting. I will start with Councillor Russell Arendse, then Councillor Lavelle, then Councillor Hilton Strubel, just to indicate that you are in the meeting. Thanks.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone that is in the meeting. I'm present. Thank you.
Councillor Lavelle.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. I'm here.
Councillor Strubel.
Chairperson, colleagues, yes, I can confirm my attendance.
I want to start with the councillors that are physically present on the committee first. I start on my right-hand side. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm present.
Then I go to my left-hand side.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, directors and managers. I'm present.
I also want to, in front of me, Councillor Richard.
Chair present.
Thanks. Point 2.2, members absent with leave. There's no members that inform us that they are on leave. Point 2.3, members absent without leave. At the moment, I don't see Councillor Charlie, that are a member of the committee, and we didn't receive any email or excuses for her not attending this meeting. So at the moment, she is absent without leave. 2.4, other councillors present. I see Councillor Aubrey, you have just arrived. He's present in the meeting, and Councillor Kokora. You are more than welcome in the meeting. Officials present, I want to start from the acting MM to introduce his team so we can know who's in the meeting and who's not in the meeting and who don't want to come and attend this meeting as the right directors. Thanks.
Good morning, Chairperson and Councillors. The officials that are physically present, I'll start with directors, Director Planning, Director Community Services, the CFO, and the Acting Director Corporate. We have Linda, the senior electrical manager. We have Lindele, who is currently acting as the IDP IGS manager. Moving on this side, we have Portia, who is the acting manager at the moment for the department. And we have Herbert, and we have Darlene, who is a senior human settlement officer. Thank you.
Thanks. I also want to welcome the staff on my far right-hand side, Jill and the other team that are here. Can I just get a confirmation, the reason why the Director Technical Service is not present?
He requested, he's busy with something this morning. Sorry, it's my mistake. He did ask me to put in his apology. I thought the manager is in his state, so the directorate is represented.
Okay, thanks. First of all, I want to say to the directors, I salute you for attending the housing meeting in full. I can see you are here in full. Is there any members of the audit committee present 2.6? Any members of the audit committee present, Zell? No one is present. Is there any members of the public present? I see no one present in the meeting. Thanks. Point number 3. Noting the provision of the schedule of 1 Code of Conduct for Councillors of the Local Government Municipal System Act 32 of 2000 and Code for Ethnical Leadership as adopted by Council. Can we go with that?
Yes, we can go.
Okay, thanks. Can we go to point number 4, confirmation of the minutes, 4.1. Can we go with the minutes of 4.1?
We can move.
Can we get a second for that?
Thanks, Chair. We can move.
4.2 minutes of the previous meetings, 2nd September 2025, page 11. Can we go with the minutes? Can we move with the minutes?
Yes, Chair, we can move.
Can we get a second for that?
A second.
Thanks. Point number 5, method submitted by the municipal manager, 5.1, page 21. Can the director just take us through?
Chairperson and members, for 5.1 and 5.2, Herbert will lead on the report.
The floor is yours, Mr. Darius.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. And on 5.1 is the progress that was made until the end of December on the construction of the top structures. Currently, there was, at the end of December, we took over 31 houses. Since December until now, there's a further 14 houses that was taken over. And I think at this stage, we just need to take that this contract have come to an end because of procurement issues. The tender was advertised as the 80-20, so there was letters sent out to the contractors and said the contract have come to an end. And on Tuesday this week, there was a meeting which the CFO and the acting municipal manager have with the contractors, explaining to them the reason why this contract had come to an end. So the CFO explained to them it's not because of their fault or someone's, just because it was advertised as the 80-20. That is on the construction side.
We are on point. Just relax. Just relax. You are on 5.1, so you just deal with 5.1. We will
I'm
deal
still
with
busy
others.
with 5.1.
Okay.
Okay. On the Sedgefield one, there was a tender out and the tender was closed, or tender was cancelled by the BAC, and then the municipal manager, the CFO, and the director human settlement at that time had decided, because the tender was cancelled, we need to approach 3 contractors for a deviation. So we did approach 3 contractors. They submitted the information, and currently the information with the consultant. The consultant promised that he will give us the report today. So that is how for Sedgefield, it was discussed yesterday with the provincial department and said, listen, it seemed that the tenders that come in is more than the amount that they envisaged to give us, and they said once they receive the report, they will make a final decision if they're going to increase the amount of what it.
Councillors, are you finished? Are you-
On Reenendal, for the bulk issues, yesterday the acting MM signed the application off for funding for the pre-feasibility studies, all the geotech studies, all the environmental studies. So yesterday the MM signed off. So we're going to courier it today to the department for extra money to do the studies on the Reenendal project. On the Karatra project, I think the last meeting it was reported that they submitted an application. Pumi phoned me this morning and said there will be a meeting next week with the Department of Forest, of Water Affairs to discuss the Karatra project. Thank you, Chairperson.
Councillor Lavelle, I see your hand, then I see Councillor Strubles, then I see Councillor Aubrey. So we will start with Councillor Lavelle. Councillor Lavelle, when you have an opportunity, you address it in your 5 minutes period, and Councillor Strubles the same, so we give you 5 minutes to talk on this item. Thanks, Councillor Lavelle. The floor is yours.
Chair, thank you very much. I will only use a minute of the time. You see, Chair, I just want to ask, man, if we can get more detail, because I would like to know by Mr. Daris, why did the tender lapse? I mean, you know, Sedgefield thing comes on for years already. So I find it hard to believe that the tender process, you know, I want to know where was the issue within the tender process, and have they resolved that issue? If we can just get that clarity, but that's all I want to know on this item, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Struble.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chair, let me just thank Mr. Daris for obviously presenting this. And then also it sounds very positive that Reenendal is in the loop or in the run again. But what I basically want to ask is that this feasibility studies has been coming on for years. And I know that there was a guy, I think he lives in George, that we have met that time already. He was a consultant or someone who have done the feasibility studies and all that and that. So my question basically is, if feasibility studies has been done previously, what has happened with that? And with that report, can't that now also be taken into consideration? Because I would now assume if we're going to province, and if province is assisting us, how long is that now going to take? Is it going to take another 3-4 years for us, for this reports to land and for us to act on it? So that is just basically my concern. But overall, I'm happy that we are in the equation again. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Strubles. I have told you you're going to start on the far side of the west, and then we're coming to the east side. So you can see this department, we are dealing with that. Councillor Aubrey.
Thank you, Chair.
No, Chairperson, thank you very much, man. Greetings to you, Chair, and your committee, Acting MM and his team. Chair, look, I want to start, Chair. I want to start on what Councillor Lavelle have just raised. You know, I must say it, Chair, I'm very much concerned. And I must register my concern here as a ward councillor. You know, we definitely, on what was explained by Manager Daris, we need to get a detailed report. Why did the tender lapse? All of us, we know about the issue of Sedgefield. It's not coming from yesterday or the day before yesterday. I recall quite well recently we lost money in that process of us delaying the issue of Sedgefield vis-a-vis. Province have taken back the money. Now we need to get a detailed report there, Chair. Why did the tender lapse? Why did we why that particular process was not concluded? One. Number two, Chair, we are told here, in relation to an issue of 3 companies here which are going to be called, you know, they were called, they've submitted, we are waiting for the report to appoint people on deviation. And the day before yesterday, we were dealing with our own financial statements. Those issues are flagged on the financial statements. Actually, we are continuing appointing left, right, and center people on deviation. Hence, I'm saying that, Chair, we need to get the detailed report there, Chair. I can never sit here and listen and take that explanation. But let me come back. Chair, let me come to the issue of 21 contractors. Chair, as a ward councillor, I want to say it once again. I'm a ward councillor voted by a lot of people there. In Ward 8, what we are getting now from the report, 21 contractors, I mean the mistake on the engagement which they have with the team, meeting contractors with them, that the fault was never, in the hands of all, in the doorsteps of the contractors. How do you punish contractors then? If the fault is not lying on them, why are we here? Why are they being punished? By the way, Chair, I'm not fighting for contractors. I'm fighting for the work which need to take place there. This is an election year. This is 2026 is an election year. Houses are built in Ward 8. Stuff is taking place in Ward 8. So Chair, what I wanted to understand, and as what Mr. Taris have just explained, that no, the mistake was not in the contractors. The tender was advertised 20, 20, 80, 20 or 90, 10. You know, then why do you punish contractors? And secondly, Chair, because last time I checked, those people were appointed on 3 years. And maybe the CFO, I'm very happy here. And maybe the CFO must also take us into confidence. Because from where I'm sitting, Chair, let me tell you, you know, and let me tell you, that thing is going to have a ripple effect in terms of service delivery. Right? Number 3, Chair, today we are, towards the end of February. Next week is March. To a new financial year, we are left with about 2 months, to be precise. You can also read between the lines, Chair. There is somehow a trouble. So, Chair, in conclusion, I want to understand what is it that has been put in place, because as a councillor, there is water allocation. People were busy there, sorting out the issues of the wheelchair ramps and other things. So what is it that is put in place in terms of addressing those particular issues? So if I can get the clarity, you know, on what?
Are you landing now?
No, I'm landing now.
Oh, okay.
I'm going nowhere.
Because
I'm going to remain there.
Because you have 30 seconds.
30 seconds, Chair. So, Chair, what I wanted to understand, so that if, Chair, we've got a problem there, that problem, you see now, Chair, you need, when I call a spade a spade. I don't call a spade something else. Right? Because I've got an obligation to those people who have voted for me. So, Chair, I'm going to wait. I want the clarity, and I want the CFO to come in. And number 3, we must be told what is the provision. You guys are admitting here that the contractors were not at fault. Did you put anything in place to address a particular issue? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks all. How are we going to do it? First of all, we're going to respond to Councillor Zavelle first. Then we're going to respond to Councillor Strubel, because that is short. The one of Councillor Strubel is short because things is starting to happen is going to happen in the Rindal. Councillor Lavelle just want to find out the process, that how we're going to further with the process of Sedgefield, and then we're going to deal with the issue of how the CFO and the acting MM can just explain the process of the 80-20, so we can have a clarity around that, and then we can move. Thanks.
Just starting with the tender for Sedgefield. Councillors know we went out. We received 58 companies. Unfortunately, none of the companies were compliant, and therefore the BAC reviewed and they decided to cancel the tender because we couldn't find a compliant tenderer. And on the basis of that, the tender was terminated. So that is the straightforward. There's nothing more to that. There's certain criteria that was put in the tender. Those companies could not meet, and one of the key criteria had to do with their bank ratings, and none of them that submitted met that criteria. So that was obviously a key issue because that was in the specification. So that contract has been, the tender has been terminated. On the basis of that, and within the urgency as explained by the councillors, we agreed with finance department, with SEM, that we can go and see if we can't go back into the market and obtain quotes from companies to see whether they can meet that criteria, because there's an urgency to the matter. So by implication, the deviation allow for that, given the urgency of this matter and given the fact that we need to deliver the project. On the basis of that, we have invited 3 companies to give us a pricing schedule, and that is being evaluated at the moment, and we should get the report by the day or tomorrow. We have explained that process to province yesterday. They have accepted our explanation, and all they're waiting for now is for us to submit that report. And that is what we will do, and we'll have further discussions with province on that. So it's nothing to do with anyone's fault. It is to do with the fact that the criteria was set in the tender, and unfortunately the criteria wasn't met, and therefore we couldn't find a contractor that we could appoint. That is in terms of that. That is in terms of Sedgefield. That's in terms of the Sedgefield situation. In terms of the question that was asked by Councillor Aubrey, what has been put in place? We are, in terms of the work that is still outstanding that Herbert referred to, that work will be completed for this financial year. So there's no contractor will be disadvantaged in terms of the current financial year. The houses that they are doing now that they need to complete, they will be paid for that because they are open, orders, and we have agreed that we will, the remainder of the money that's needed, we will still finalize the project. So I've signed off that this morning. So I want to give councillors the assurance that in terms of the projects that has been allocated and houses that needs to be built for this financial year, I think there's 8 or 10 still needs to be done. That will be completed. So there is no, it doesn't interfere with that. So we shouldn't worry that, the ward project or that project is not going to be done. That will be completed by an agreement that we have. And we will honor the invoices that is open. We had a meeting yesterday, as indicated, with the contractors, and we explained to them, and they accepted. Yes, they obviously were disappointed, and I explained, and the CFO explained, and we agreed on a process forward. We will immediately in next week, towards the end of this week or next week in particular, we will re-advertise, as we have indicated to the contractors. We will put out an advert. So that we can meet our deadline in terms of the 1st of July when we start to spend our money that we will get from province. So I think from a time perspective, there is enough time for us to do that. Obviously, there's an urgency, and again, province said that we must obviously expedite that process. We will be looking at whether we are able to kind of shorten the procurement process or the time frame. So again, we will be, the contractors will be in place when you start with our financial year, which is on the 1st of July. Maybe I will ask the CFO just to explain the 80-20, the whole discussion of yesterday. But I think, that has obviously been an error somewhere in the documentation, and we needed to take corrective action. So, but maybe CFO, if you could just do a quick explanation to the members.
Thanks, Acting MM. My question that I've raised to the contractors is whether any one of them or combined qualify for a 90-10 contract. I've asked the contractors just to clear the issue around 80-20 and 90-10. I've asked them, any one of them, all 21, any one of them, or combine, 21 combine, do they qualify for a 90-10 contract in terms of the regulations? And none of them could say to me yes. That already tells you that it's difficult even to go out on a 90-10 to appoint them. 90-10 is for work up to 50 million and above. So I just wanted to raise that issue. They are CIDB grading and their grading is not aligned to give them a 90-10 contract. So that already will make it illegal. I was just explaining to them, but they understood it. So that was just to prove to say that even if we go out on a new tender, it will still be 80-20. If we don't go out 80-20, we will exclude all of them again. And we don't want that because we want SMMEs, but we have also explained to them, we give them work not to stay at grading 1. We give them work to move to grading 2, 3, 4, 5, and go up so they can get bigger projects and all those kind of things so that we can extend the project and go to the 90-10s or whatever. But currently, what their status is difficult to go to a 90-10. So I just wanted to raise the issue between the 90-10 and the 80-20. I hope that is clear. Thanks.
Councillor Charlie, we are not going to, Councillor Charlie is going to speak, Councillor Richard, Councillor Bonele, then I will think about you, Councillor Aubrey. No, I didn't say, you must listen.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Sorry, Chair, I was
Chairman,
not answered.
there's,
Sorry. I, Councillor Strubel, just want to find out. Weet ons van hierdie ou van George, wat met hom gemeet het oor die feasibility study?
Chairperson, the studies that the council is referring was done in 2018, 2019. So that was just a preliminary studies. So based on that, province approved the project initiation. So the next phase will be the project feasibilities, where those desktop studies which have been done now, more a detailed study need to be done. So the application is for funds from province so that we can do a detailed studies. And I don't think it's going to take 3 years, as the council said. I think hopefully we hope to get an answer by September, or it all depends on province, but the documents will be couriered today.
Thanks, Councillor Strubel. You can hear the documents is going to be couriered today. So we are coming to the end, don't worry. Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, what the CFO have just mentioned now, I can agree with him if none of them have answered of saying yes, they qualified. You see, the problem that I'm having with it is this department. They don't go and look. We might not be builders or whatsoever. You can't build a house in 3 days. You can't build a house in 3 days. Go and look in some of those houses. Those people, they are not even proper in. There's already cracks inside in those houses. So now this thing of this tendering system of giving chumis this tender, this thing is not working. Our people, they are the ones who are suffering. And in this department, what do you do about the backlog? We are busy building for the people who applied. The people who qualified, who approved 15 years ago, and yet they are still waiting. What do? Do you check? You came in as a manager, you came in as a director, you don't look at the backlog. So I don't know. We've got people who applied and they've qualified, they were approved. But now we are busy going and build new houses for people who applied after those people. What do you do? What do you say? Crack in these houses, I'm going to repeat again, of saying, check the first development in Naisna. Why did those people build those houses in Ward 7? They put them up. Naisna is a wetland. You're going to get people there building these houses with a small slab. That is why when it is raining, people are flooding. Lots of these RDP houses, they were water inside because the water getting access to go in, the slab is too thin. So what is the use of us saying that we are giving our people better life, we are giving our people houses, which means that you have your own bungalow that was standing up on the poles. and you'd never had a problem of water coming in. Now we destroy their houses to give them these things. I'm not going to rest up until this thing is been done. This department have promised, we sit with the director with some people whereby their houses were given for somebody else. They bring the papers. There's no report back. People are asking me because we sit with the director. There's no report back last year. Now I don't want to badmouth the staff to those people. I always making some excuses of saying that it's because it was December and it's because we've got a water crisis. That is why you couldn't come and do things. I am defending something that I cannot defend to the people because I don't want the people to lambast our stuff. But here I need to have and make it clear. People are crying. Some of them went to graveyard crying for their houses, knowing that my sheikh was there, the house was built, but somebody is staying there. What do you do? Thank you.
Councillor, what we must do, councillors, it's important that we must have the agenda in front of us, then we deal with the agenda. If there's other outstanding issues, then we are going to deal with outstanding issues. Councillor Kokora, you can start. Councillor Richard. No, I didn't. I said, no, all of us. Councillor Richard.
You see, CFO and acting MM. See, the one thing here is the contractors, they wasn't involved. And now things have been explained to them that we're gonna go now on a, what is it, a 1910, or they are not even, one of them is qualifying for a 1910, all of them together. I was the one who will bring the EOI to NISNA, the expression of interest, with the director of infrastructure, Michael Wood, Frederick Kruger, that they help us with that incubator system. And I want to put it here on a record, Chair, in front of all of them, and the CFO and the acting MM. NISNA municipality got an obligation when it comes to the SMMEs to make sure that they are part and parcel of the mainstream of the economy of this country. Come high or hell. That is your job. People can't come from outside and eat the cake here. There are still contractors from Cape Town. I've got it here on my phone, CFO. The workers is still not been paid. They was been paid December and nothing else from Cape Town. To coming to the point is that when this thing of 1910 or 910, as you explained to us now, just to help the SMMEs on this one, because why they wasn't involved. MM. You got a tender that you are putting out, for example, a CIDB 7 or 8, and then PE or SE, what and what is the grading. Can't we organize something in terms of, because why, what are you doing now? You are saying you did invite 3 contractors. So that is a quotation system then on the end of the day, if I'm right. Because why you did invite 3 now, and what about the rest? Are you inviting now the 3 best performing contractors? Or are you inviting now your favorites? Because why we're gonna come to council where I'm gonna table something very interesting when it comes to the rotation system of the expression of interest, and that called favoritism. There's a lot I'm gonna bring. And what people and even the contractors don't understand, anything that's happening under the blankets or behind the scenes, anything which are being paid out of that building across the street, there is a paper trail. It is already on the database of the Auditor General. I'm feeling very sorry for the SMMEs, especially when it comes to housing. We're looking at 1.5 months, then it's gonna be the new budget. Or what are we saying now? We're going to go now to an adjustment budget. So how are we going to try to fit in now for this small time frame to sort this thing out in housing? Are we going to have enough time, CFO or MM? Are we going to have enough time? So we are being told now about none of them are actually qualified for this 1910. So if you can just outline us to let we can understand as on the side of the table, that we can get a clear indication. I don't want to, when I go around here, then the contractors, counselor, I'm just telling them I'm not stingy at all. I hear what you say. I was there in the past. I know the grief, but I can't interfere with the administration of this municipality. But I feel the pain for them. So if you can just bring something for us and outline us that we can have a clear understanding.
Thanks, Director. MM, Acting MM. I'm still the chairperson. Just relax. We are going to respond. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Councillor Lavelle. Councillor Lavelle.
Chair, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, very much. There's just, I just want to ask one more thing, man. I'm not sure if I caught it. Please forgive me if I didn't. I know that the people received letters with a 14-day window. I'm not sure was that covered in that. So in terms of what happens to the people, like after the 14-day window, what sort of consequences are there? And you know, is there any sort of contractor development process in place? But as I say, I think, Chair, I think the realization here is that we need to start to get people that actually can do the work that we're supposed to do. So I just want to find out in terms of that, the issue where it says they receive letters and in a 14-day window. Just want to find out how many of them responded. Is that 14-day window still there? Because this report is quite old already. So if we can just get clarity on that, thank you. And what's the consequences after that? Thanks.
Thanks. First, Councillor Bonella, you can speak now, and then we can. I also want to say something.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Good morning, Acting MM, and directors and the managers and the caucus.
Just hold in. No one will come to my meeting and intimidate me. No one. Unless the mayor have appointed someone else to be the chairperson of housing. I see you, councillors. Don't worry. I saw you. But no one will come and intimidate me in my meetings. Councillor Bonella, the floor is yours.
No, Chair, thank you very much. Chairperson, my worry is one, the report in front of us. Now, I go through this report. I listen people talk about the rotation, fair, unfair. I don't see this thing on this report indicating on those things. Only thing is was highlighted here, the tender due to 820, something like that, has been cancelled. So the question is been asked by Comrade Tsenga, what is next? Because I believe that director responded, but the response of director is not clear. It's not clear. The question I will ask my question on my own way. Those contractors, they got the open orders. What gonna do about those contractors? They are carry on working, or they will wait for a new instruction because the tender has been cancelled, or they will go to other direction, maybe division, create a new orders. What the process will be followed to those contractors to finish what they are busy doing? My question is there. Because I can see in Kayale here was 30 houses, but that 30 houses is still 18 handover. It means my 2 still has not yet been done. Others are still busy finalizing, touching up. And was a rain recently. So those contractors, they need to come back to finish their work that was not done. Other houses, is the worldwide collapse. They need to be, maybe that contractor is going to come back when you appoint another contractor. Second, I want to highlight those contractors are working in Kayale too. I must be clear about that. A special certain group of contractors, they are not cleaning where they are working. One contractor, I leave everything as it is, but the house is complete. But you can go there and check. No one can believe that house is handed over. When I talked to a person that is responsible for the constructors, he said he did send an email to those contractors, they must come back and clean. So I hope that will be done. Director, just my last, no, I will go to the, on this one, thank you.
Thanks. My input is very simple and straightforward. And I want to say this. The director has said that we are going to complete the houses for this financial year. In simple terms, we are going to complete the houses for this financial year. Contractors that are busy and have orders, they are going to be sought out. This is what the director has said here. There's no other thing that they have said. What they also said is that from now on, we are going to advertise because we have 4 months left for the new tender to be awarded. This is how I understand it. And this is what happened here. Secondly, the 80-20, the 90-10, it is over 50 million rand, if I'm correct. So over 50 million rand has already been spent, if I'm correct. So that's why the tender was 80-20. But I also want to say that here, that the administration have sat down with the contractors, if I'm correct. And they explained to the contractors, but this is the process. And this is the reason why we have to do that. Because the law say we must do it like that. So the worry that we have that no, the houses are going to be completed. And this is the assurance that is being given to the contractors. And that's why I also want to say to the CFO and the acting MM and Peter, the housing department, I salute you for having that meeting with the contractors. Secondly, when it comes to the development of the small contractors, it is in the Department of Planning and Development. It is in the department. They must deal when it comes to the development of our small contractors. The Department of Housing, we want a full product. When we put you on site, you must go and build a house. This is what we want to do. We are not going to have a process where we want to have to develop you. The planning development, they must do their part where they want to develop you so you can go from 1 to 2. The objective of the EOI was to get you from 1 to 2. That was the objective of the EOI. And when you get to 3, you're getting out of the program. That was the objective of the EOI. The EOI objective was never to keep you for 20 years on the 1 and keep you there. And you stay there because you don't want to go to 2 to 3. Because we want to have the 5s and the 7s. That was the objective. So mine is that the process, the assurance, because this is Parliament. This is where the directive that explained that the process is going to continue. So I ask councillors here, allow the supply chain process to go, and then we will see the results of that. That's what I ask. We must explain to them how that has been explained to us here, and I'm glad that you raised the issue that how you are going to finalize it, finish it, and deal with it. The one thing that Councillor Bonelli have raised, we must make sure that the contractors, when they work on site, they must clean it. So we have to deal with that and make sure that the guy that is in charge of that must make sure that the people clean around that. So this is my statement. So acting MM, then we're going to move.
Councillor Chair,
Yes.
and Councillors, I just want to reaffirm the point I made earlier. I'll talk slower this time. We will deliver on the housing program. We will complete the housing that has been allocated to us for this financial year. We will complete the ward allocations that has been allocated using those very same contractors, because we had a discussion with CFO and we had a special compensation discussion where we said those ones that are that is open, the orders that are open, we will utilize that, and if needed, we will go and get some additional funding. So I want to give the assurance, and if you have to fire me after this, then you fire me. But the assurance is we will complete the allocation that has been done for this financial year. And this is what I told the contractors yesterday. On the question that was raised by Councillor Davies, I think, Councillor, you are referring to our contract administration. When we have an issue of a contractor that doesn't perform, we send them a letter as part of our contract administration. Before, people were just sending emails or they just talk to. I don't do that. I go according to the contract. The contract says if he doesn't perform, I need to tell him he doesn't perform and I need to give him time. So the 14 days is what the council is referring to. So in most probably a few cases, we have issued letters to them where we said, you are not performing based on the program that has been agreed. We are giving you 14 days. And if you are not going to deliver, then you will be removed from that particular allocation. Doesn't mean we take you off the tender. It's for that particular allocation because we have come to realize you won't be able to finish it. There's most probably one or two where that has happened. So since we have now introduced a contract administration, the contractors know precisely where they stand. And they don't have an issue with that. In fact, they prefer that we rather communicate in writing because that is how contracts work. We have a contract with them and I go according to the contract, the GCC contract. So that is this in terms of, because I know, Councillor, you understand the contractors and things because you have been yourself involved in that. So that is what we are doing. So that is, Councillor Davies, where the 14th day comes in. We give them time to do the repairs. If they don't, then unfortunately. On the last point, and part of the reason why it is a good idea to go out again, we need to make sure that we have competent contractors on board. With all due respect, councillors, there are people, you know the houses that we reported here, the 348s in Nekis, that has taken 3 years. We now have a competent contractor that's completing that job. So at least we will now be able to hand over those 6 units to people once it's completed. But if I don't have a competent contractor, you know, then I can't deliver the program. And that is what we need to, you have to accept. So we will put it in our
Sorry,
tender.
if you want to have your meeting, you can go. We don't have a problem. But don't do that. You asked the, sorry, Director, MM, you asked the MM to respond. The MM respond. So please let the respond, and if you are not happy with the response, it's fine.
Remember, Chair, I'm still glad I must come in.
Now, just wait on.
And then just the last point, you know, if councillors, and it's not a slight remark, if councillors are aware of any kind of something that is going wrong in terms of allocations, please bring it under my attention, or please bring it to the MM so that it can be investigated. Because what you are by implication saying, because I am very involved in that process myself, by implication it means that I am also compromised. So please, councillors, if you are saying there's something wrong with the allocation or there's preference or whatever, bring it under our attention so that we can investigate that. Because since I started here, we're going through a process. We're giving people letters when they are appointed. We're giving people orders before they start to work. We are working with a special committee within SCM where we make sure that we balance out in terms of the allocation so that we don't have a situation that the one does 2 million and the other one only 100,000. So that is something that is in place with SCM so that there's a performance assessment going on and that we are making sure that everyone gets at least as far as possible. It is so that not everyone is going to get the same number of houses because they don't all have the same competencies to do that. But we are trying to accommodate everyone. And that is what we will also stipulate very clearly in the next tender that will go out in next week.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Petrus, then Councillor Aubrey, and then we're going to close this item.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, as you check on Flinders project, on that project, there's a house of tuna where the contractor he digged and then put the retaining walls. After that, there was an argument between the neighbor and that family of tuna. So I just want to get the clarity of what is happening now, because what I said to this guy who was busy there, they can do another alternative of using another site on that same land. So I would just want to find out on that what is happening then. Because I'm just worried about time when you are going to say that the project is closed.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you.
But it's also important that when we have, as ward councillors have issues like that, also report it. Because sometimes you speak to someone that are on the side, and that someone don't listen. But if you report it to the relevant people that are in that department, then it's easy to address this. I just want to make that, but MM or POSA or Darius can just answer on that.
Chairperson, yes, I'm aware of it, and I know the contractor started and it was stopped because there was an issue. And I was, yesterday, the person that the council talking was at my office, and he told me that there was an arrangement, the councillor told him that we can build it if we need to identify another site, another piece. I wasn't aware of it until yesterday, so I will look into it.
Can I ask, can we do that outside this meeting? Can we do that outside this meeting? Because it is an internal thing that we have to deal with the councillor, and you can deal with it outside this meeting. Councillor Aubrey?
No, Chair, thank you very much. No, Chair, look, let me start by saying, if what the director is committing here, that number one, they've met with contractors, and contractors, they are very happy with that explanation. It's fine. If contractors are happy with that explanation, it's very fine with me. But secondly, I know as a ward councillor voted by people, councillors are not voted in those wards. I'm voted here. I'm accountable for my ward. The building of houses, the installation of electricity, the issues of each and every development, I'm taking responsibility. If the the director is saying, we can speak outside this meeting, it's well and good. There are arrangements in place. Those contractors which were working, even in the water location, Chairperson, I've got water location there. We've identified some projects there. People were stopped while they were busy working. If the director says to me, we've got, Akiri arrangements, those people are going to continue, and the CFO is here and is confirming it. I'm very happy with that, Chair. Let me land. Chair, before I land, Chair, out of 21 contractors, in my calculation here, Chair, I want you to look on this thing. I'm not sure what I've calculated well. We have built only 31 houses. 21 contractors built 31 houses, out of 72. And I want the department to look on that thing with a very serious eye. I don't want to make a comparison. And last but not least, Director, I want to raise it here. Councillor. Before we speak about competent contractors, we must first check whether we have competent staff which are doing inspection in those houses. Last month, I've taken Darius in Happy Valley. Myself and him, we went there. The house is about to collapse. And I'm still waiting for Darius to come back. He says that somebody is going to be called, do an assessment, and come back so that we can go and speak to those people. Because one thing which I'm not going to allow, is for those houses to collapse once there's people inside the house. I'm still waiting up until today. And I'm saying in conclusion, before we point out the contractors, we must first check whether we have competent people to do inspections there. I'll stop there. We must make sure that we've got right people, not chomi. I want to stop there, Chair. Thank you very much, Councillor. If contractors are happy, my channels by I'm happy. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Can we go with the recommendation? Councillors, can we go with...
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Just one bite, Chair. Just 1 second, not even a minute.
No, I don't want to allow you. We can speak outside this meeting around it.
It's fine, Chair. Move.
Can we go with it? Thanks.
Law, you know what,
Thank
when
you.
you're a closer
Thank you,
person,
Nicole.
you make African beer and you slaughter and you call people and you eat that African beer and you slaughter that cow and you eat it alone, people won't attend anything. Because you want to do the chairperson, but you don't want to allow us to express ourselves for our people. I have asked a question here. Does this department check on the backlog of those people who were approved and yet today they didn't receive their houses? I didn't receive any answer from there.
Thanks. But what I'm saying, and people don't have to be think that I don't want them to speak in this meeting. This one, we must be very clear about it. When we receive our agendas, we have to go through our agendas. And when we have points on the agendas, when we deal with it here, because we can't come here, but then we come and say that officials have been educated.
My agenda while I was here. The agenda doesn't go out. You know, when I was a councillor before, I used to get my agenda at home.
Then we must talk to the speaker about it. I will speak to the speaker. Sposa, can you just answer that about the backlog and how we want to deal with it? Because NISNA don't have, if you look into how NISNA has been structured, built, it's very rare that we can get greenfields. Where we, the only place at the moment, it is Heidevallei. And then we have to go and talk to Safco about Kruisfontein, that area and that piece of land.
Good morning, everyone. Chair, through you, with the issue of the backlog, I do not think is that we are leaving people out. Remember, when we started building houses, we would be 5 of us staying in one house, but we would apply all of us, expecting that in that piece of land, all of us must have houses, which is impossible. Correctly said that we do not have land. Those that still have places in their yards that's still sitting with approvals in all of our meetings that we've attended. Luckily, I'm the one who's attending meetings. I've explained most of the time that bring your approval, we'll send the clerks of work to go and check if it's possible for us to build in those pieces of land or where in those spaces. So if you do not bring your approval and also there is no space, unfortunately we cannot build up until we get land. That is where we are with the backlog. Also, Councillor, let me just answer on the issue of the houses maybe that are cracked. When we are building houses, there's inspectors that are coming from the province. There's also NHBRC that comes to, and also internally we have someone that is going out to check the houses. But also we need to, from our side, people do not maintain houses. That's where the cracks are coming in. And also some of the people do put in nails into the walls. Then your house will crack, but you do not know that it was you that started it. So that's what I wanted to clear, Chair.
Can we go with the item?
Yes.
The recommendation? Yes. Can we go to 5.2? 5.2 is only a submission about the money that we receive and the money that we have spent. Can you just take us through that? The money that we receive from national provincial government and the money that we have spent so far. Can you take us through to that item 5.2? Can we go with the recommendation?
Yes, Chair. You can go to your recommendation.
Chair, is this now 5.1, ne? We're moving to 5.2.
We already finished with 5.1, we have 5.2, we finished with that, we have 5.3
Oh,
now.
no, are we on 5.2 because there's some serious stuff on 5.2? I thought you were still on 5.1.
We are finished with 5.2.
We are 5.3.
Okay, now I need to bring up some very critical thing, Chair, on 5.2. I don't know if anybody picked it up.
Can you write the submission to us because
No,
we've-
I can't write the submission, Chair. I need to speak. Your meeting, you started off with, shall we move? And then councillors spoke on 3.1 again after you moved.
Okay, now
So,
raise your
I
point,
thought
raise
you
your
were-
point.
If you
Raise
can
your
just
point.
give me, okay,
Because you told me at
so
school.
Chair, as you know, our role is very important as councillors and we have to have an oversight role. So what's concerning about the document number 1 is the reduction. It speaks about a 7 million or a 21% reduction in the terms of the project costs, or it says here, the reduction of the budget from 33 to 26, but I heard earlier that they are looking to resolve that. But the main issue, if you look at on page, let me see on page, what is this here? Page 23. Chair, you will see, I mean, if we must take this report as is, it's seriously flawed. Because if you look at the background, it says the Western Cape Department of Infrastructure allocated an amount of 33,212,000. If you go down to the breakdown at the total, it says 33,312,000. Now that's 100,000 discrepancy between. So what was it? Was it 33,212,000, or was it actually 33,312,000? So, Chair, I think we just need to get clarity of that, because otherwise we cannot move with a report that has two different figures, and the one is
Thanks.
100,000 and more. So that's just all I want to say. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Can you just clarify that?
The councillor is correct. It's 312. Sorry, we will, I apologize for that error, and we will correct that. It does not change the substance of the item. The substance of the item is that there was an initial allocation of 33 million. As a result of the reduction, which we have now explained in every Section 80 meeting and in the council meeting, there's been a reduction by province, and that is why we went down from 33 million to 26 million. I think the CFO can confirm that we have received the latest adjustment, I think in this week, from province, which they confirmed this 26 million. So
Thanks.
that is where we are. That has been reduced, and that's the figure that we're working with.
Thanks.
But I accept the correction, Councillor David.
Yes, thanks, Councillor David. That you highlighted this. Can you go with the recommendation? Councillor Petrus?
Yeah, we can move.
Yes, that's fine, Chair.
We are on 5.3, the early fire intervention product for informal settlements. Can you just? 5.3. No, I don't have it. I don't know where. PDF taking it somewhere. Can you just explain to them? I want the councillors, especially the old councillors that was voted by the masses. I want them to listen to this product that we are going to deal with. Thanks.
Councillors, this is a product. We had a presentation, very quick presentation one day. There was the mayor was there, the MMC was there, there was a few councillors, and also some of our officials, especially the fire department was also, the chief was also here. This is we got a presentation from a company, and they actually importing this product from Singapore, in which it's a canister. It's like that size, you know, like the guy in the high street when he cleans your shoes. It's that same size kind of thing there opposite the mall. And that is a product that you can, it's an early intervention. Our problem is that we have a lot of fires, as councillors know, and it costs us a lot of money. It cost us 20 million. And that's why you'll see in my figures, I kind of make some suggestions in terms of projections. So the purpose of this is, when the candle falls over in the house and the fire starts, you can utilize the canister and you can stop the fire there. Instead of, obviously people have to always wait for the fire department. Now if you factor in the time and all those kind of things, by the time the fire department get to the fire, it has obviously become a big fire. So this intervention and this product, and I'm sure there are other products, that's why I'm talking in general, but this was a presentation about a particular product, where you basically use the canister, like a doom. It's like a doom blikkie maar groter, you know, where you can spray at the point of ignition. At the point of the fire, you spray, so when it candle fall over, or whatever is happening in the house, so you are able to at least reduce the fires that are taking place at the moment with an early intervention. In the item, I explained the value for money, and I explained the pros and cons. The other thing is, because it is a standard doom blikkie, just a bigger one, everyone in the house can utilize it. So whether you have a child coming out after school, or whether you have an older person in the house, they are able to utilize that. Now, obviously, there's a lot of training that must take place, capacity building, when we decide to go on this. So the suggestion in this item is that we think it's a good idea. The fire department heads think it's a good idea. And what we are proposing in very simple language is that we will arrange with the company to have a live demonstration. So we will set up a live demonstration close to the fire department where they can come and councillors can come and see the product for themselves. Now, if you look at the figures, for example, at the moment, as I indicated earlier, we're spending 20,000 per unit, right? And that is only we buying it. And we know the challenges that causes us in terms of funding. If we have to ask for an elderly person or disabled person, and we get a contractor, then it's easily between 30 and 35,000. So when you look at the mathematics of it, you could actually purchase a number of those units, for the 20,000. So even if you just have a reduction of 25% of the fires, or a reduction of 50%, we can always gain from this. So the suggestion or the recommendation from the department is, let us have a live demonstration so that councillors can see it themselves. And then should we decide that is a product we want to look at, we will then obviously have to go out on a tender. And again, maybe the idea would be that we first run a pilot. We have a few houses that we can check all over so that people can actually see how it works, what is the interface, how people find the product, where it actually works. And that is why you can go on YouTube and you will see the product being advertised. And that is why you will see it's a recommendation coming that we will work with the community services so that we can actually arrange this live demonstration.
Yes.
So that is the long and the short.
Councillor Bonele.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, I will propose that let's go with the recommendation as it is to support this proposal, because where I'm staying, yesterday we have a meeting with Posh, with the victims of fire of last year, and other areas not yet assisted. If we can have this product in-house, maybe at least, it can reduce the amount of fire that will be facing our people. So I will suggest let's go to the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Then Councillor Aubrey, then Councillor Petrus, then we go.
Chair, my hand is up now. Don't forget about the screen,
No,
Chair.
we'll see. Okay, thanks. Councillor Charlie.
Chairperson, I won't even agree on this. How many houses are we talking about? How many squatter camps do we have? How many squatter camps do we have? Instead of fighting to build proper houses for our people, you are insisting and saying our people, they will be safe to stay in a shack because there will be a fire protection. How many squatter camps do we have? It is the same department that give us numbers of 63 squatter camps. 63 squatter camps, how many houses, how many people are staying there? Let us not here be coming with this. I said before, these smart English things have failed our people. We need now to come and change the things to isiXhosa, to Ubuntu. You are allowing the people to build, to squatter, and you put electricity in those houses. Now you are coming with this instead of taking them out. So you are telling me that our people will forever be in squatter camps. You know what? Not all of us are just councillors. We are prayers from the Zionist. A department whereby they are not working together, we will get these outcomes. I can tell you today.
Thanks.
We are dreamers, I'm a dreamer. But where in a department, those people, they don't get along, they don't speak one language, we will get these kind of results. That I can sense here. I will never allow our people to say that there will be no RDP houses. We are going now to give them distinguished like a doom. Means that build those shacks, you will stay in the shacks forever. Where's the better life? You can vote on it, but I'm not going to vote on this thing. We need proper houses for our people. Proper houses.
Thanks, Councillor Charlie.
Chairperson, just give me time. Chairperson, I think people, they misunderstand here, and they grandstand. When they misunderstand, they don't understand. Please, let's listen and understand. These things, 5 units of this product is 225,000. It's not even a house. In the meantime, while we don't building house, we're building house every day. But to prevent situation currently, we don't say let's not build houses here. We never say. All of us as a councillor said, let's build houses. Yeah. But in the meantime, to make the life of the people safe now, let's have this product. In the meantime, we don't say let's not build people's houses here. Because we're misleading now, because these things on YouTube. Can we please, we listen and we check what is better for our people. Last week, the houses burned down in Damsabos. It's not yet built those houses. If we have this product, my type is not 5 houses, was 1 that burned down. Why? Because those people, they don't have houses, they don't speak now. We try to save our people, not say we're not going to build houses for our people. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Aubrey, Councillor Aubrey, can you just?
No, thanks, Chair. No, Chair. Look, mine is going to be very simple. I haven't listened to what the director have just presented. I think I'm also, Chair, before I support, I just want to raise two issues here. One, Chair, most of houses which are burning, they are burning when people are sleeping. Sometimes houses are burning when people are not there. Are we together? And the third issue which I want to ask is that, because if I've captured the director, he spoke about the product from Singapore. I'm not sure that I captured him well. I don't know where, I just wanted to check. Singapore? Okay. No. The reason why I'm asking, Chair, look, in all what we're going to do, we must just post about. I thought maybe this product have been used in Khayelitsha, George. I remember recently, you colleagues, you went to George, you brought us now chemical toilets which are flushing. You see? So I thought, you see, in George, someone can attest to say this particular product works well. Of which, as I've said, I wanted to understand if this product, maybe director, you can assist me. Where have this product been tested to be working? Otherwise, I don't have a problem. You see, it's important what Councillor Mbonile just raised. But I don't want us to forget, because a number of houses, they are going to burn sometimes when people are at work, sometimes when people are sleeping. When are you going to have an opportunity now to go and look for that dome? The director is in that dome, So something like that.
Thanks.
So something like that. And I'm sure there's a report here for emergency kit. Seeing the fact that we're talking about victims and preventing of houses. Yeah, I think let me pause there. If director can just quickly help me on that.
Councillor Lavelle.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to firstly commend the department for the innovative thinking and for really putting the needs of our informal settlement residents at the forefront. I want to make that clear from my side. As you know, I'm also passionate about getting our informal settlements incrementally to a place where we can have dignity for everybody and tenure, etc., etc. I just want to make a comment. I think maybe, Chair, if we're willing to add a recommendation that we have to do an enumeration as well of all, because I can tell you now, if I were to ask the officials here today in this meeting, how many structures are there in the whole of Knysna? They can tell us how many informal settlements there are, but they won't be able to tell us exactly how many structures there are in each of those settlements. So I think that's a starting point, so that if something like this is embarked on, that we have accurate data that can tell us exactly how many people are actually there. Updated, accurate data. So I'm asking if we can perhaps have a recommendation on the agenda for the future that the department looks at enumeration, a process of enumeration going forward of all the human settlements or the structures. Then in terms of the item, Chair, the thing that concerns me the most, if you look at the document, it says the product FTJ 91010 does not constitute compliance with SANS, SABC or national building regulations and is not presented as such. Now, to put it in simple terms, I don't know why all these words were added. You could have just said this product is not compliant with SANS or SABS or national regulations. So I have a fundamental issue with that, because should anything happen, who will be held legally liable? Say they spray the can and the reverse happens. Instead of the fire stopping, the fire now increases. Who is held liable for using this? Because this product is not compliant with any regulations. Even that little device that we put in where you put it in Sedgefield that the district did, even those devices are compliant. You press it and it's got a little ring or whatever, or when there's a fire detector type of thing. But this particular spray, which comes from Singapore, is not certified. So who will be held liable? Can we as councillors say, we are willing to put out a product to residents, although it's a fantastic product, although it's been tested in Singapore, but in terms of the safety regulations in South Africa, it's not compliant. So we're going to give this to people. So it could be a false sense of security because it hasn't been tested. So I look forward to the test and I look forward to going through that experience. Another issue is if that issue becomes a problem, if there's a legal issue, this particular thing could be wasteful expenditure because we put a product from a municipality into a community and something tragic happened with that thing. So I'm just giving you the realities of it. So they made it clear in the item. It's a preventative thing. It's not a professional firefighting management thing, and it's just a supplementary thing. And we understand that. I love the innovation. I love the idea. But Chair, I cannot support something that is not approved by South African regulations because we put our people in a situation, and I'm not willing to take the liability if anything happens with this product. So if we can find a product like this, similar product that can work, that is actually approved by the Bureau of Standards, and that actually has gone through a process in South Africa where we have an assurance, I don't think that I can support this, no matter how wonderful it is, because it's going to be a liability issue for us. No? So you can note my objection to this particular item. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Director. Community Service, can you just respond on what Councillor
Thanks, Chairperson. I think we need to go back to the MFMA and the SEM regulations. Remember, this is an unsolicited bid, and we have to follow the correct procedures when we want to acquire such products. There's a lot of products on the market regarding the same type of canisters. If you look at your 4x4 track and trail, they also do have a product. As soon as we advertise for such a product, we will definitely require an SABS approved product before we put it into any household. I think that's just the issue that I wanted to raise there. There's a lot of products on the market, but this was just a demonstration from one of the companies in South Africa where we can acquire these products from.
So actually what you are saying, even if we have the demonstration, there are other processes you have to follow so we can make sure that this project, it is compliance. So it's not that we are going to suddenly put it into the house. It's not going to work like that. There's a process that we are going to follow. Acting MM?
I really hope we'll get to a point where we actually read the items that is in front of us, councillors. Nowhere in this item am I asking you to condone a tender process. What I'm doing, as appreciated the comments from Councillor Davies, we are saying there's a particular technology out there. And if councillors are saying, let's look at this thing so we can see how it works, and that is what the item is saying, someone will come and do a demonstration. Once we agree that we are going to run a tender, then we will put the specifications, and it will be, the item is being open so that people, so we're not saying this item is like the best in sliced bread. We are just saying there's a particular product. The man came to do the presentation. It opens up the opportunity. But when we decide this is what we want to do, we will follow the standard SEM process. With the bio toilets, for example, you will recall we had a presentation. We went to go and have a look at George. We know there are other municipalities that are using it, but we still issued a tender with specifications, and it just happened to be that the company came and they met the specifications. So, councillors, all I'm asking you is, there is an idea. Do you want us to do a demonstration so you can see it? But please, I will never come to this council and say, let's run a tender process, because that has its own processes that we need to follow.
Thanks. Councillor Charlie, you are the last bite.
Thank you, Chairperson. You know, sometimes, as much as I like to protect the officials, just make one test. Take this to the community. Take it to the community because it's all about them. We are saying was we want to protect them. You reduce to build the shacks that have burned down. You are only giving the people the material. Then you said when we are in this age, but you know that person is not working. That person is going to get the material and is going to build the shack on himself. Now, what we said to the people, we need fire stations. None of that have been built. None of these have been. Now we are coming with this. That is why I'm saying that as much as I would love to protect you, but I think in things like this, go to the community and see what kind of results you are going to get from them. Because people were promised houses. Now we are producing now, the people must stay in their shacks. We are not going to build the RDP houses. We are going to build something, bring something that is going to protect the fire. Jens Councillor Tsengwa is right. Some houses are burning while people are at work. Some houses are burning while you are asleep. So when you are asleep, the smoke makes you dizzy. Then you won't be able to go and look at the Beam Forger thing that is here.
Thanks.
So mine is, I am not going to stand here. You know what, in this department, Utatuntanga, Umamupu Jones, Usoman, I have to fight, and then so that they can get, people ended up building their own houses. Umamuso Paz was removed there and there. She built her houses that is lacking, never received, been approved. She never received an RDP house.
Thanks, Councillor Charlie.
So now we are bringing this, take the other stuff and take the other stuff and go to the community.
Thanks.
En kyk of julle gaan reg daarso uitkom. Julle gaan met julle rugge uitgaan daarso. Bou die RDP huise vir die mense.
Thanks. Thanks is very important, Councillor While I see you. It's very important. We can't come to this meeting and waste the time of officials. As councillors, we must go through our agenda and read it. We can't speak about an item that is not on the agenda. So, can we go with the recommendation in front of us? This is a process that is going to be followed, and people must understood. We want to test if this thing is going to work for our community. Because I can say no to you. No matter which party is going to sit and govern. We are not going to deal with all the informal settlements and build houses right now. It's not going to happen. But we have to safeguard our communities. We have to safeguard them. We have to make sure that if the child is in the house and the next house is burning, at least he can also make use, because there will be a program of education. Use this thing to make sure that the other houses are not burning. This is what you can even use it in a big house. So we go with the recommendation and we let them come, demonstrate to the councillors. We can go to the areas and we can do it there. The fire department can take us to that areas and do it in Ward 7. Yeah. Can we go with the recommendation?
Yes, Chair.
I am not voting on this.
Councillor Charlie, voters against it. Councillor Vale.
Chair, I just need to find the legality in terms of the expectation created with that particular service provider by doing a demonstration with us. If we can just get clarity on that. But what I hear fully with Dr. Martin, I love the innovation. So if that's fine, if that is fine, I will support that. But I obviously cannot support a product that is not SABS, but that's on a later stage. But I wanted to ask you, Chair, I actually wanted to ask you, I need to just get clarity either here or at the next item, if we can add a recommendation that we do an enumeration of our informal settlements. We have to, it's time now to do a numbering of all the structures. It helps also to curb what's happening, and it helps to give us a proper idea in terms of our data, especially with the new act that's coming in, the Sanitation Act now, where it was 5 families to 1 toilet, it's now going to be 4. So you know, we need to gear ourselves, but I'm not sure, Chair, you can guide me. Should we do it here?
We can do it,
or maybe at a later item?
Councillor, that the department prepare a special item around us, and then we can deal it from there with all the information, and we can move from there. Can we go with the recommendation?
Yes.
Thank you. That's fine. Thanks.
Councillor Charlie's voters against it. Thanks. I asked, can we deal with 5.4? That is the progress report. Director, can you just take us through? This is about, we must debate what is on this item.
Councillors, Chair and Councillors, the attempt with this was really just to give an indication of what is happening at the moment. Some of the projects that we're engaged in, so I will just quickly go through it. Can I just, because I know Councillor Raval will pick up on it, so I will just make the correction in advance. The amount that we're now talking about for the table, where I talk about the grant funding, is actually 26,332,000. We now had a final figure this week from the in the Government Gazette in terms of adjustment, so I will just correct that figure. So it's a bit more than what we initially had, 25 million that is indicated there. But that will now be based on the adjustment budget and the Gazette that came through. I'm not going to worry with the first one, the progress on housing. I think we've dealt with that, so we know where we are. We have dealt with the issue about the grant funding with the correction that I've just indicated, given the communication we received this week. The next one is the ward-based projects. I've indicated already that we will deliver on these projects, so I hope that is accepted by councillors. I think we have now agreed all the ward-based projects. I think there's 1 or 2 wards that wanted to make a change and focus on something else. So we will do that, but these are the ward-based projects that has been agreed with councillors. And obviously each one, we have worked out the bill of quantity, so we know precisely what still needs to be done. And as agreed, we will now instruct that work to finish after our conversations with the contractors yesterday. Just in terms of the title deeds, as we know, I always report that we have a relationship with Kailam that has been coming now on, I think, for 2 years. So we have delivered a number of title deeds, and we're continuing to do so. Just on Saturday morning, I picked up from the conveyancer office something like 30. So we have a number of new title deeds that we will arrange an event with or for, so that we can distribute. We have also been able to go back into our offices where there's a number of title deeds that's been sitting in our offices that have not been handed over. And councillors will remember, it was, I think, towards the end of last year, we had something in Hornley where we started to hand out. Those were some of the old ones that has been around that this has never been handed over. So we have a dedicated officer at the moment that is looking into that is managing that in our department. So we are continuing with that in terms of the process. So we will know that we have, with Kailam, we have a number of title deeds going through, but there's also 3 other companies, local companies, that have legacy instructions from the TRP, and they are also, we're waiting on them to also process. It takes a bit longer. At the moment, it seems that we do seem to get more or quicker turnaround with our Kailam conveyancer, because they're based in Cape Town, so I suspect it works a bit quicker for them just to walk into the office than our local companies that are based in the district. But this project is, as indicated by the Mayor and indicated by the MMC, this is an important project for Council, and we are delivering on that as we move forward. We also have, and councillors will remember, just so that we don't forget, we have verified a number of, in all the wards, we have verified a number of households where we go out, we send people out, and they say, okay, these are the people living in the house, so that we don't have a situation where there's a duplication. We had situations before where people say, oh, I'm the owner of the house, and then they claim ownership, and then we sit with a problem, and there's issues in the families. So at the moment, we have something like 617 that we have verified, and that we send on a regular basis down to our Kailam conveyancer. So in terms of the financial year, the intention was that we will deliver something like this, around 1,000 for this financial year, based on the speed with which our conveyancer can actually deliver that. So that's fine. Our development projects, Earth 3339, we had a meeting yesterday with the steering committee. There's obviously a few outstanding matters. We asked them to put the issues that they have in writing, so we are waiting their kind of correspondence. We went out to do with a tender. 3 companies submitted. The consultant have done the evaluation. We have found that 2 are compliant, and the BEC will sit today to start to look at the final evaluation of those and make recommendations to the BAC. The intention is that in the next month that we just go out on a verification. So councillors will remember that the decision was that we need to look into the whole of Knysna in terms of that development. We're now talking about something like 220 units. The planning application is in, so we are making progress in terms of that particular project. And as yesterday, we committed that we will continue to work with the steering committee in terms of the delivery. Heidevallei Precinct, that is a project where we have at the moment, we have appointed our transaction advisor, and they are looking at translating the precinct plan that has been accepted by council a couple of years ago, I think 2018, and they are now turning that into a concept plan. So the intention is, I hope, Chairperson, that at the next Section 80 we'll be able to bring, assuming they are ready, with the feasibility or pre-feasibility assessment. So the councillors can see what are the ideas that are in that precinct plan.
Sorry, but can you also inform them that the provincial government is also part and parcel of that, so they can also understand that it's not only a Knysna thing, but the provincial government is involved?
Yes, I mean, we obviously have partnerships, so councillors will remember that we reported in November that we had a workshop in which we organized the workshop with province, and we had national representation, and we also had our local Knysna Business Chamber as part of this process. So, and we're working with Salga, who has offered a planning consultant that work with us on this program. So I think once we are able to develop the feasibility further, we will be able to come back to council. But yes, you are correct, we are working with the provincial government also on this. On the Setsfield infill, I think we have explained earlier and we know what is happening in terms of this project. There's obviously we explained, as I explained earlier, there are certain, there are a few things that we need to do in terms of that development, given the fact that with our original tender that we couldn't get a company, but we are waiting on the evaluation, and then we will send it to province in terms of the tenders that will come back. The bioseparated toilets, as indicated, we have done in 6 of our wards. We seem to have had a positive response from councillors and some of the users. The intention is now to see to what extent we can actually take it further, and I think that is the subject of discussion in the adjustment budget, to see if we can't increase the number of units that we can actually can procure. That will obviously have to follow a proper procurement process as per the SEM process. There are 2 sites that we are looking at in terms of subdivision plans. That is in Hornley, it is 4712, and in Karatra, it is a site that we have there. I think there's something like over 100 units that we're looking at in that area. So those 2 sites will be looked at. We have done the RFQ. We do have the planning, and we have the land surveyor consultants on board. On Monday, we'll do a site visit for Karatra, and I will inform the ward councillor briefer before they actually get to the site. On the social housing, there is an item that the manager will speak to, so I won't go into that. It's an item 5. That we have now completed the strategy, and we're now taking that project forward, so I'll leave that to him. There's a number of partnership agreements that we have signed. The one is obviously with Asivikilani. We have signed that in January. They have been to a benefit to this council, especially with the water leakage in the informal areas. And even yesterday in the water and sanitation forum, it was acknowledged that they have helped us tremendously in terms of going into those areas where we can actually deal with the leakage given our current capacity in organization. So that is moving forward, and we have a few others that we need to still do, especially Councillor Davies. There is a standing item that we need to work in terms of the 90 toilets in Smutsville, the concrete toilets. I've spoken to the organization yesterday, and we will as soon as possible sign the memorandum of understanding before we actually start with the project. On the disaster management, I will say something here, and when there are questions, we can get Portia to respond. The full list of the beneficiaries or people that are on the list is attached to the report. There's something like 150. And we have indicated there the figures that as in December, council have decided that we need to go out and purchase units. An amount of 2.5 million was put on the budget or was in the resolution. Unfortunately, our department doesn't have 2.5 million, and we were only able to purchase 28 units, which cost us around 600,000 or just over 600,000. That has now been mostly almost delivered, although I think in Ward 7 we just need to finalize the final delivery. But again, there is an indication of the ones that has been delivered. On the informal settlements, and maybe this is where Councillor Wells can add to the resolution, we are working with our colleagues in the electrical department. They have identified wards 3, 4, 6, and 8, where we are looking at the electrification process. I think they have a contract already on site in some of the wards, and that is continuing. So that is as part of our bigger plan and program for the informal settlement upgrade, which, as indicated, we will bring an item to kind of put more information on the table.
Yes.
That is just a kind of a quick, besides all the other things that we are doing, a quick overview of the kind of key projects in the department.
Thanks, Director. Councillor Lavelle, your hand is up there. We're not going to have long, repeated things every time. Councillor Lavelle.
Chair, please don't oppress,
No,
don't
I
oppress
won't
me.
oppress
Because I
you.
can speak for 5
I will
minutes.
never oppress
So,
you. You know, I will never oppress you.
just give me my 5 minutes.
No,
Chair,
I
I'll
will
be
never
happy.
oppress you. I
No
know you're
problem.
at school.
Okay, so just thank you, Director. Fantastic presentation. Really appreciate it. I'm not going to repeat anything you said, but I'm happy about the title deeds because, you know, Sedgefield, as you know, is one of the areas that has title deeds since outstanding. A lot of our old people since in the 2000s. So I'm hoping that when the title deeds are dealt with, that they're looking at in terms of a strategic perspective and trying to resolve those outstanding issues that are coming on for years already. But I'm sure you're on that. In my ward, related to my ward, the rectification, I want to know where is my 60,000. I want to know where is my 61,351 left over from my rectification, because there's another house that we can do some gogos that we can assist with, doors, you know, to make their house safe. So I just want to know where our money, this is not all of it is spent. Where does it go to? Why are we not informed that we can then use it as long as it's the same item, but to then spend that money? Because I would hate that money to now go to another ward or to another area where it should be spent in the ward where it was allocated to. So that's the one thing. In terms of I must commend the department that toilets. I did a comprehensive tour of those toilets, and I must say it's a fantastic toilet. The way, especially the technology is fantastic. The people are happy. The way it's you know, when they installed the cement toilet, which was a massive project, the systems, man, the systems were not very effective, and they kept breaking because it was not conducive for informal settlements. But I see this one is quite nice. It's just when you press it, it's a bit hard. That's something they must look at in terms of that mechanism where you just knock it down, the water comes. But it's a wonderful system, and I want to encourage the department to look at this, see if there's more, you know, in the future funding available, and roll it out more, you know, especially for our outstanding toilets, so that we don't have to wait, you know, for long applications to the province, you know, to actually get that fantastic service going there. Thank you, Director. I agree with you about Asivikilane, is that there's great potential to really make an impact in our informal settlements, because, as you know, the plumbers of the municipality, they're very reluctant to work in the informal settlement. So I think that will clear that up. And then in terms of, there was just an issue, Chair, I spoke to you about. I was contacted about electricity. I was contacted by an official last year and said that they want to, because, you know, Smutsville is one of the areas that for many years has been driven, and we know, unfortunately, in recent years have been neglected, you know, in terms of electrification. So we were phoned by your department, someone in your department, maybe I can get clarity here, then it's over and done with, to say that we would like to do a few connections, I must give them a list of the next or some of the infill areas that can be done. So, and then later on, I don't know what happened about that, and I heard that other areas were now getting electrified, etc., etc. So I just want to get clarity, Chair, on that one. What is actually the situation? Why were we contacted by your department? Is your department doing electrification? Because we also want to be included in that, if that is the case, because there is no reason why we cannot be included. So I think that's just what I want to say from my side, Chair. And as the director said, maybe we can add the recommendation
Can
in
you,
here.
can you add the
to say that
recommendation so we can put it on there?
that we enumerate the informal settlements. Thank you,
Can you
Chair.
just repeat it so the Jalala can have it? When you agreed on it, then we can deal with it about the other recommendation.
Okay, so that the department conducts a enumeration of all informal settlements in Knysna.
You have it like that. Councillor Aubrey, you are the last one.
Great.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm not going to be long. Chair, you know, I think it's page 31. No, Chair, I want to check quickly because I know I've got 2 houses which need to be built in Concordia. And once again, my director, I've been there with Darius. You know, Darius is my friend. You know, today I'll mention him in Concordia. There's 2 houses there. We are not moving. I don't know what is the issue. You know, I'm not sure what is happening. Hence, I wanted to understand that previously about this thing of contractors. I mean, it won't be correct that I know we have dealt with that particular issue, and I'm very happy that we have clarified the issue of contractors, that they are still going to continue. Whether you have cancelled, you have terminated it, but they are still going to continue. So I want to check and balance quickly. When are we starting there in Concordia? I mean, he knows the address.
2 houses.
Yeah, it's 2.
Okay.
It's 2. Leave those crack ones. We're going to park them. Chair, I want us to move quickly, very fast, in terms of, the water allocation. I'm not going to waste time. The director have made commitment that the money which I'm still having there, we are still going to continue. I mean, with all those people, with all the people which were busy then doing some work. Where I wanted to go, Chairman, on this thing of the title deeds, you know, I'm sure the director will assist me today. We are having Kailam. We normally, we usually receive a grant for this issue of title deeds. And some time ago, Kailam was introduced. I'm not sure, somebody must clarify, is Kailam doing these title deeds free of charge? They are not getting any funding anyway. Maybe take note. They are not being funded anyway. They are not getting that grant funding which was sent to us. Okay. The second thing, the director have raised a very critical issue, which I like that one. That there are 3 local firms, which also those local firms. I remember quite one of them is Pula Attorneys, which are doing a great job. I mean, in terms of making sure that our people receive their title deeds on time, people are able to ask questions, people are able to interact with those people. Because Kailam is in Cape Town. Nobody is able to speak to those people if you've got an issue. If you've got concerns, if you want to do whatever rectification in terms of the information. So I wanted to check the 3 local companies, because I strongly believe local people must be given an opportunity. I know that particular process is a supply chain process. As my councillor next to me, we are here for local. We are here making sure that we promote local people. You know, I wanted to understand those 3 local companies. Yes. The third one, Chair, before I land.
Can I just ask?
I'm landing.
I don't want us to promote names here.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Most Palmer.
Yes, I don't want us to promote.
Oh, no,
names.
this man is talking about power.
No, leave that for,
I'm
I
not
don't talk
promoting-
about the 900 euros.
Okay.
I talk about,
Okay.
leave that for the supply chain process, please.
No, fine, Chair. Very fortunately, nobody spoke about supply chain here. We are asking, we are interrogating the report.
No, I didn't say.
What we are dealing with is what is in the report. We never spoke about any supply. We understand that process, Councillor Lou. You see, that process of people wants to interfere, that's a dead ray. There's a lady called Dead Ray. You ask me about Dead Ray. Yeah. Don't start there. Yeah, Chair, let me move fast forward. The last thing, Chair, which I wanted to check, man, is the issue of this emergency disaster kit. The director may have made mention of about 600K. We've used 600K. I'm not sure that I capture him quite well, because I remember in council, we have resolved as council that the Department of Integrated Human Settlement, we must do a environment of about 2.5 million so that we can deal with our issues of a backlog in terms of the emergency kit, so that we can be able to give everybody which, I mean, has been waiting for an emergency kit. I just wanted to, I've captured director, he spoke about 600, I'm not sure whether did I capture him well. So I wanted to get, if it's 600K, which we've only received, I mean, as a department, how far is that 1.9? Because we resolve that we need to, we via, you see that thing, via 2.5, so that we can be able, Chair, to address those things. Chair, the last but not least, the issue of, the issue of 339, Chair, I think I'm quite happy with that one. I don't know how far is the process, and I hope, Chair, as we've done with ERF 4712, remember I was the chair of human settlement during those days, where we said, onse mense van only, hier's the goeders, you know, then you must proceed and do whatever you must do. So I'm very happy, and I hope here we are going to follow the same. Chair, I think let me pause there. Thank you, Chair.
Acting MM, can you just respond?
Yes, just to start on the last one, that's precisely with 4712 and Karata, that's what we want to do and sort out those kind of things. You will recall that there's a list, so we are working on that. The officials are working on that. On the emergency kit, councillors might recall that I took an item to, I think it was a mayoral committee that was followed immediately by a council meeting, in which I said that we needed 5 million if we want to sort out the whole backlog that is currently on our system. Council then resolved that we need to take 2.5 million, or 2.5 million needs to be made available. Unfortunately, as I indicated, that was not new money. That was money that needed to be environment from wherever. Now, in terms of my own directorate budget, councillors will know that we don't have a lot of money in our budget. So we were only able to, I think the total is actually 549, but let's say 600,000 that we used to buy those units for people for the fires that took place over December, early January. So at the moment, we still have that backlog, councillor. And we obviously, I think in the discussion on the adjustment budget, there was a discussion, and we'll see what we will get out of that process in terms of, but we do not have the big money to actually purchase all those units, and that is where our problem lies at the moment in terms of our ability. So we have to every time look at, and that is why, councillor, we are not able to build, because if I build, it costs me double. If I give people the unit, at least, I score some money in terms of that. In terms of the title deeds, no, Kailam is actually funded by private sector business, so we don't pay. Kailam is an institution that works with a few municipalities, and obviously we are one of those municipalities, so we don't do any financial contribution. They pay their own conveyancer. They pay even when we have the handovers. They even make some money available for the taxis and for some of the food that On the question of we received 637,000 this financial year from province. But we were not able to, and in the latest adjustment, they've taken that money back, because councillors might recall there was an item on Section 80 and into council in which we owe province some like 6 million rand. And unless we pay that money back, they are not going to give us money for the TRP program. So that is where, and I know the CFO, and we are discussing that in terms of how do we get to the point where we can pay them back. Once we pay them back, province indicated they will give us money for the next 5 years so that we can actually deal with the TRP project. So that is where we are in terms of that. In terms of the local companies, without mentioning names, yes, there's a local and in Plet, so in the district. And they are legacy instructions, you know, that's been here when I arrived here, they were here. But even those ones need to be paid from this money that we are not getting. So there's a bit of an issue that we need to, as soon as possible, resolve the issue of funding. Councillor Lavelle, I'll investigate because I was just kind of checking with the senior manager for electrical. So we will come back to you in terms of the informal settlement loan electrification. I think unless you have an answer, Linda, but I think we'll come back to you on that. On the 2 houses, councillor, I will investigate with him and we'll come back to you on the 2 units that you're talking about that needs to be built. Thank you.
Thanks. Can we go with the recommendation?
Councillor Low, I've lifted up.
Sorry, I didn't see.
Chair, my one answer, where is my rectification money? And I just need to get an explanation.
Oh, sorry, councillor. The rectification money, you all know what you got in the regional in the regional allocation. So CBU is working with all of you, and we are not moving money around, councillor. If there's money left in your allocation, then we will obviously speak to you in terms of the use of that, as we done when we had a very first meeting when we went to the site visit with you. So no councillor will lose money that will go to someone else. The money will stay within your allocation, and if you get more allocation in the adjustment budget, then we'll also take that in consideration.
Thanks, Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Chairperson. You see, I am a Madromo. I'm not wearing blinkers because I'm a human being. And I'm not an official, I'm a councillor. When I am here, I will raise the points that whereby our people are going to benefit. I see here at page 34 and 35, informal settlements, whereby the areas to identify areas for connection. You see, what worries me, the one that comes into this municipality doesn't look at the plan. For instance, go to Ward 3 in Blade Square. There is electricity in those shacks. How are you going to build RDP houses there? How are you going to build RDP houses there? Because it's like Omunye, Pesco Omunye, there's no streets, there's no nothing. We are just in a hurry to get a service provider that is going to get a tender. We are not thinking. Those people, it's a once-off time. Once you've got electricity, you will never have it. But how are you going to build a house there? You don't want to live for a land. You don't want to touch for a land. People are going to plug because you don't want to do anything, the planning and whatsoever, but it is in this municipality. How are we going to change? When are we going to have phase 1? When are we going to have phase 2 in Neisner? I've sent a video here the other day, whereby this is a RDP house and this is a spray light in front of the door of an RDP house. Now you want me with Kates, your meeting didn't take long. It was just 30 minutes. It is fine. The meeting is going to finish. It is fine. If we are not going to express, if we are not going to report, if we are not going to bring the complaints about our communities here in these kind of meetings. Because it can never be correct. In front of a house, there's a sewer, but there's a RDP house. There's a spray light in front of the door of the house. When you are sending this to the directors, to the officials, you are not getting any response. Now when you are coming here, you must be a donkey who's got blinkers. I am not that type. But we will meet after November. I'm coming back with a full force. Julle sal my ken, julle sal landela.
Thanks. Can we go with the recommendation, and then I just want to say something, the acting MM, that thing of planners, surveyors, engineers, and things like that. I remember there was a tender out for that. But maybe you can just give me a formal report around the process, what happened, so we can understand what happened around that, because the idea of that was, and the money that we have budgeted in 2025 June was to have professional services to make sure that our informal settlements are formalized, and there's general plans for that. But you can give me a formal report after that. Can we go with the recommendation?
Thank you very much. You can go to the recommendation.
Trust is in.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Bail. This one, 5.5. Is there anyone that are going to excuse?
Yes, Mr. Patuna will just give us an overview of the item.
Yes, just an overview of the item, not half an hour presentation, because this was already presented to us in the Section 18 Committee, even in Council. So we just want to find out the state where we are and what is the next phase.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me just go through that. The item deals with a strategy for social and rental housing. You would know that there are a number of items which have been tabled before council, but those have not translated into a strategy. This then deals with a strategy for the execution of social housing projects within Knysna municipality. There are a number of issues then that the strategy is dealing with to make sure that we implement social housing within Knysna. I'll just go through some of the key ones and not necessarily everything that is there, which is a result that we had to have a strategy. We've got a number of projects that are currently being implemented in restructuring zones. And the current restructuring zones have been set out some time back, and some of the projects actually fall outside the restructuring zones, which then means although they are in the areas, the geographic areas, but some of them cannot be implemented, although private sector is eager to implement some of those projects. So that's one issue that we had to address through the strategy to deal with the revision of those restructuring zones. The other issue is some applications that have been submitted or are in progress in council is to ensure that those actually get the attention they need, so they are accelerated in terms of the processing, so that you don't get a social housing application that will be sitting with the municipality for years instead of the normal 12 months or less than that to be processed, so that development can actually take place. It deals then with those. The third issue is the current process that we're busy with, and that is that of having smart partners or social housing partners within the municipality to ensure that the supply chain process is not a never-ending process when we have to deal with the partnership agreements. So that is a process currently underway, and it needs to go to a BEC as well as a BAC at this point in time. So there is that process. And then the key issue deals with incentives. And this is one critical issue for the municipality, and it's not only for social housing that it needs to be dealt with, because the calculation of those augmentation fees, it becomes a deterrent for some of the developments that would take place within the city. And a number of developers have been asking the municipality to relook the policy and look at how they can then incentivize development within the town that would want to come. So that's the one issue which council needs to deal with as a matter of urgency. And it's an issue that has been noted in the strategy itself. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks. This is one of the things that it is very good because we have to bring more people to come and stay in town, and we must revive our town. That is very important. So I salute the department, the way you process this process, and I hope that the process of the panel is going to be fast tracked because there's a lot of opportunities in town, like the Fletchers, there on top where the correctional service is, there's land that belongs to the municipality. That can be deal and be part of social housing. There's a lot of employees that come from other towns that are working in different government departments that can also be part and parcel of these opportunities. So mine is that I want you to fast track this process, and you have the support of the committee and the team that we are working with it. Can we go with the recommendation? Councillor Lavelle?
Yeah, I welcome this with open arms. I just want to ask, did they clarify? Remember, there was an issue last time that councillors brought up. I also brought up about the office space and the building. So there was a confusion between which buildings will be used for that and which. So I just want to find out, was that clarified? And if that is so, and then no problem, we can move with the item, Chair.
Friends, the one thing that when we deal with this, we have to look into for Setfield. I don't know Setfield because I know that there is parcels of land that we identified in Setfield. Just look into it, but it's a broad thing, so Setfield can also be part and parcel of this whole thing. Mr. Patino?
Chair, I agree with you, Chair. That's the type of thing that we need. That's the type of thing we need. Thanks.
Minister Patino?
The current buildings where the staff are, those buildings would be used by staff temporarily. They have been identified for social housing and they are in the strategy. And in the current supply chain process, those buildings have been identified, and we hope that by the time those are then disposed to social housing partners for implementation, that staff would be out of those buildings because those are residential zoned buildings. When it comes to Sedgefield, the revision of the restructuring zone deals exactly with that aspect because currently Sedgefield is not a declared restructuring zone. Thank you, Chairperson.
Friends, can we go with the recommendation?
Yes.
Thanks.
Well, let's move, Chair. Let's move. Thanks.
We are quorum, yes. We are quorum.
Because you didn't ask if I can go with the review.
No, I asked. I didn't ask.
Can you go with the review?
Yes, the meeting is adjourned. The meeting is finished, thanks. The meeting is finished. Thanks for my department. The meeting is finished here. It was a
with the proceedings of today. I want to welcome everybody to our first official sitting or meeting from the Planning, Economic Development and Tourism Committee meeting. I want to welcome each and everybody here present. We have received, before I gonna continue any further with attendance, I'm gonna ask us to just have a minute of silence, silent prayer, and then we can proceed with the attendance. Thank you. Amen. You guys are praying long. I hope you did not fall asleep. I'm looking and share. We keep on praying. Members present, we have Councillor Lowe online. We have myself, who is the chairperson, M. Gerike. We have Councillor Chair of Chairs, S. Campbell in chambers, and then we also have Councillor P. Petros, also in person in the chambers. I'm gonna ask the director to just introduce her team who are present here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. It's Mr. Damas, Manager Building Control, Ms. Goya, Manager Local Economic Development, Mr. Smith, Manager Land Use Management, Mr. Molalo, Acting Manager Environmental Management, and myself, Andy Swatunya, Director Planning.
Okay, thank you. Then absent with leave, we had some apologies. That is from Councillor White, and then also from Councillor Sharon Sabacht. We are still waiting on I think it's the original chairperson of the PA, Kokora, who still needs to either join us or send in an apology, of which we did not receive, or maybe he will appear online. That is the only member without leave. Here is no councillors present, officials. We have the electrical department manager present here. Good afternoon. And then we also have the acting director, corporate services, Mr. Charles. I almost said Charles Marie. Charles also present. And then we have councillors online. We have the former Mayor, Councillor Aubrey Chengwa online, and we also have Councillor Nowana online. And then also, who is that? HS? Oh, okay, that's fine. So then we also have the councillors online, which is online. I acknowledge you, Councillor Lowe. I'll be with you just now. Let me just go through all the formalities, and then we will give you time to speak. Members of the Audit Committee, there is none of them present, and there is also none of the public present. We also, there the lady stepping out to always let us sign, and then we also have Anita from communications or from wherever she is, and then also the IT person that is present here. Councillor Lowe, you may.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to find out, Chairperson, do the Regional Councillor Kokora knew that he's on this department, on this committee? Well, you know, sometimes they become so confused, those PA councillors, that they didn't even know which committee they are serving on.
I'm sure he's aware of it. He was here just before lunchtime as well. And he was informed. He is also on the email portals where we receive emails and notifications with agendas and also with reminders. Nowadays it goes to our phones. The link was even emailed whether you want to tune in on YouTube or you want to tune in via Teams. So that was everything was sent. Kirsty also tried to make contact with him, but that was in vain. So he was informed of through all platforms, Councillor Lau. Can I proceed?
Yes, Chairperson, you can proceed.
Thank you. Item number 3 on the agenda. Noting the provisions of Schedule 1 Code of Conduct for Councillors of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000, and the Code for Ethical Leadership is adopted by Council. Can we go ahead with that?
Yes, we can. No, we can note it, Chair.
Can we note it? Is there any? Okay, it's fine. We can note. You guys say we can note it. We can proceed. Confirmation of minutes. It's number 4.1 minutes of previous meeting that was held on the 11th of December 2025. Can we note that minutes, or is there any addings to it, taking away on that? Can we note and move?
We note.
Only need to approve, yes. Can we approve? Councillor Campbell approved and Councillor Petros seconded, so the minutes is approved of the previous meeting. Number 5, matter submitted by the Acting Municipal Manager, 5.1, Economic Development Division Performance Report, Quarter 2 of October to December 2025, and that we find on page 11. Director, can you advise?
Thank you, Chair. I will request the manager to take us through the report. Thank you, Chairperson.
The manager.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the committee members as well as directors and colleagues. With regards to the Economic Development Performance Report, through you, Chair, I would like to propose that we take it as read and maybe take questions of clarity from the members of the committee so that we can attend to that, if it's allowed.
Do you agree? Yes. Councillor Lowe?
Chairperson, mine is very simple, but I just want to find out from the manager of economical development, what is the story about this piece of land next to Vigilance Drive opposite the robots? Last, there was a proposal called tender out. So how far is we are with that process? What is happening around that? Otherwise, we must just fence it off and that we can put the cows there.
Okay, 100% Lungi, can you answer that? Councillor Councillor Campbell, yes, so the second to put the cows there. She second that one. Let me just hear what the manager says. We can.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the corner of George Rex and Vigilance Drive, members may recall that we went out on a tender last year, but unfortunately it was non-responsive. We had to adjust our specification, and it's currently with supply chain, waiting for the sitting of a specification committee. It'll then go through for advertisement and then go through the normal supply chain process until we get to the final stage of appointing, or rather taking the most relevant submission from potential bidders. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you satisfied with the answer, Councillor Lowe?
Please, can you give us time frames, because I know it's a 90-day process when we're dealing with supply chain processes. It's a 90 days. Can you give us a time frame? how long, when did you submit it to the suppliers for the specs committee? And when are you expecting it to come back for the director to put also her comments in and also the other directors' are comments in and the to advertise? Because when you have to advertise it, they have to go through to the municipal manager to advertise it. Give us a time frame because this thing of not time frames is not helping us.
Okay, thank you. I also want to welcome Councillor Kokora in our first meeting. He is present here, so I would like to welcome him. Can we get an answer and clarity on timeframes for Councillor Lungi?
Chair, it's very difficult for me to give the exact time frame because the sitting of committees is coordinated by supply chain. However, our aim is for us to conclude the supply chain processes before the end of possibly next quarter, considering that we still need to sit for SPEC and then BEC and then BAC. So I'm hopeful that by the end of the financial year, the process would have been concluded with a recommendation submitted to Council for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to the recommendations? Councillor Low, are you covered?
Thank you, Chairperson. This is a 90-day process this year as to us now, but it's fine. We can go to the recommendations there, and we can. I will move for the adoption of the recommendations.
Thank you. That is basically to ask if we can note that the Economic Development Division Performance Report of Q2, October to December 2025 be noted. Can we note the report and move? Councillor Campbell, Councillor Kokora, and Councillor Low, and Councillor Petro say we can go with it, so we can move with it. 5.2, Expanded Public Works Program, EPWP, Q2, on page 18, that is for October and December 2025. Director, on page 18, can you please advise?
Once more, Chair, I think we can take it as read and accept questions, or if you allow, then the manager will take the responses and lead. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any comments, any inputs, any... Because the recommendations say that the Expanded Public Works Program Performance Report, EPWP, for the Q2, October to December, be noted. I want to know. There will be an awareness program on the 24th with regards to this. Lungi, can you please just take us through that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The report focuses mainly on the project that we've been implementing since the beginning of the financial year. However, we have been approached by Public Works to pilot a project within the Garden Route. The current benefiting municipalities would be Knysna, Plettenberg Bay, and Hasekwa. They are looking at employing 20 beneficiaries. There has been discussions between Public Works as well as the Office of the Mayor. I'm not too sure where that process is currently, but as my understanding is that on the 24th, there is a scheduled awareness around the project, but mainly the awareness is going to focus on skills audit so that when they plan these programs, they also attach some kind of a training program to give participants that are in the program an opportunity to be capacitated, and those that are interested in other areas within the training programs that are offered by Public Works. Thank you, Chair. I hope I've answered your question.
Okay, thank you. Lungi, Councillor Low.
Can you just explain to us how the selection process will work for these 20 people that you spoke about? What is the criteria? What is the process that will be followed? And I hope that you are not going to deal with this problem where the Holy Father, the Holy Ghost, and the Holy Spirit is everything on that program.
Lungi, go ahead. No, there's nothing like that. We will deal with that programs because our people needs to benefit from that. That is one of those things. Lungi, can you go ahead, please?
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the selection process, the department has a portal wherein all the interested participants in the program will be expected to register on. But that registration will also give them notifications if there are other opportunities, focusing mainly on the project itself. They will be registering on the portal, and then Public Works will then do the shortlisting of the successful participants. But as indicated before, they are just looking for 20 participants across the Greater Knysna. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Can we then, there is nothing else? Can we
Chairperson,
then?
can-
Okay, Councillor Low. Yes, I acknowledge
Chairperson-
you. Okay, you can go ahead. No. You can go
Yes.
ahead, Councillor Low.
When will they start with that process? If you can just get a time frame, and where will they to put all these things and where people can put in the CVs or this process that they're going to unfold? Will it be advertised? Will people know about it, and how will they do it? So we can know precisely. Will we also receive the advert so we can forward to our different groups, or so the young people can understand where they must go to deal with these things and what they must do?
Lungi?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Lowe, there will be a poster that will be shared, which will be mainly an information poster with all the details. And the duration of the project is actually 3 months, which means these participants will be on the program for 3 months. And then if there are further opportunities post that, then they will participate. I think the actual start date has not been confirmed. The 24th is mainly to raise awareness around it. Then when they issue the poster, they'll give us the exact dates on when the registration starts and where people can register and how they can register, as well as the actual project start date, because they need to give us some kind of an implementation plan, as we are going to be the host municipality. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. You covered, Councillor Low. Okay, there is I think Conde. Can we note this report? Yes, we can note. We move. 5.3, Environmental Management Division Performance. It's on page 22 of the agenda. Report for Q2, October to December 2025. Director.
Thanks, Chairperson. We present the report for the second quarter as read, and I will, through you, Chair, allow the acting manager to also lead to the discussion should there be areas of clarity from the members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The report is for Q2. The report is divided into 4 parts. The first one is SDB against our actual performance. The second one is budget allocation and cash flow. The third one is enforcement activities that occurred within that quarter. And the last one is on Oscar permit issued on that quarter. And the report is for noting. Thank you.
Thanks. Can we note that report? We note and we move to 5.4, Building Control Report for Q2, October, December 2025. You find that on page 26. Page 26, Director.
Thanks, Chair. Once more, I will allow the manager to take us through the report, and then we will accept questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The manager can proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone, colleagues, councillors, DM. So the report consists of the applications received.
Sorry, sir. Can we, yes, otherwise we must put both mics on.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay, so the report is for the building plan applications received during this quarter. It was applications for building plan applications and also applications for outdoor advertising and heritage. If you look at the trend graph of the applications received for the total for the year or for that year and the quarter, it's shown, and if there's any information that or additional comments from the committee, then I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to ask the manager, when are you going to, through you, Chairperson, when will there be an item around the waiver of these other people that have built? And so we can deal with that also. You understand most what I'm trying to say?
Well,
Or the nasty process, let I put it like that.
Okay, I think the amnesty process needs to be dealt with by any, if I'm not mistaken. That is now for people that are building, like in your areas there, people that started to build and now we all of a sudden decide now there's no streets. I think that came up already. I think that is what Councillor Lowe is talking about. So people that were building where there is no streets, and I think previously there was an amnesty, I think 10 years back or something like that, there was amnesty granted to certain people. Is there anything in the pipeline that we're looking at within the interim or soon? Any? Will you be able to answer that?
Thank you, Chair. You're quite correct. We had a amnesty in 2013 for only agricultural properties within the municipal area. I think the issue that Councillor Lowe is referring to is unregistered properties. And we've got a backlog of about 7,000 unregistered properties, where people are residing on land, but it's not registered with title deeds. So I think that is the first challenge we need to overcome, is to get properties registered and also to get layout plans that is conflicting with what is on the ground, to amend them so as to allow people to reside on properties legally. So I'm aware, Chair, that provincial government is assisting with the backlog of title deeds. So, and that is something that integrated human settlements with province is dealing with at the moment. Thank you.
Of which Councillor Lowe is the chairperson. I'm now going to give to you, Councillor Campbell. Can I just, is it a follow-up, Councillor Lowe, or you want to go?
Yes, man. Yes, I don't want these stories, man. What I want, just inform us. We can start the process like that as the municipality. Then you are going to work the end in end with the integrated human settlement department, where we can get general plans, and then people can register their houses, their properties there, so they can also get the amnesty, because some of the people are building brick houses in the informal settlement area, so we can deal with it correctly like that. I understand this thing of agriculture and all this kind of thing, but that's not what I want there, because there are people that want to pay the municipality, they want to pay the rate and taxes and things like that, but also they want to register and make sure that the plans that they are submitting late, they can also pay for that. This is what we are trying to do now. It's a very simple, it doesn't have to be so complicated. Can we deal with it like that? Bring an item, because we spoke now for 2 years about it. For 2 full years, we spoke about it. So people can know they have a nasty, they must register, so we can also generate some funds through that, because there's people that want to pay.
Okay, Councillor Campbell.
Yes, Chair, I'm happy to note the report, but I've got something else I would like to raise, which is a matter of concern to me, if I may.
Is it on the report?
It's not in the report, but it relates to building control, and it's a matter of public safety. So I would just like to raise it, if you would allow me permission to raise that.
It's fine, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very concerned that on Thyssen Island, the commercial section, the water's edge has gabions on it. The gabions are quite high, and then below the gabions there's a protruding gabion. And on the Sand Park side of Thyssen Island, there is a balustrade, or whatever you would call it, a railing. But on the Thyssen Island commercial section, especially of concern is in front of two restaurants. And the one restaurant, a significant amount of liquid refreshments are taken in. And it really concerns me that people who may be inebriated or children who are playing there could very, very easily fall into the water. I know that for a deck that is a meter or higher, you need to have a railing or balustrade, whatever you call it. Now, this is much more than a meter above the water, and it's extremely dangerous. So I'm not sure whether this is a building control matter or a planning matter, but every time I see it, I think if something has to happen to somebody, I'm going to feel guilty that I never spoke about it. It's simple to rectify the matter. They simply just have to put a balustrade around the edge. There are signs here and there to warn people it's an unprotected edge. So the mere fact that you actually have to warn people is an acknowledgement that it is dangerous. So if that could just be looked into, I know it doesn't quite fit into the report, but I just feel it's something that really does concern me, and I do think it could actually be dangerous to people's lives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we get an answer for Councillor Lowe and then also for Councillor Campbell's input? Manager Building Control.
I'm going to take first Councillor Campbell's one, and then I'll answer Councillor Lowe's one. Councillor Campbell, we are going to have a joint meeting inspection with fire department, because there's a few fire issues also which the fire department spoke to us about. He's just off this week, the fire officer. He's on training, and then next week we'll be conducting at the waterfront. We will do that.
Chair, I appreciate it.
Councillor Lowe, from our side, this is a difficult one. What we should do is, I think there should be a joint meeting that should be planned between town planning, building control, and human settlement, so that we can have an action plan in this. I know we've spoken numerous times, but we had meetings with, I think previously with HIS, to say that they must start the processing of the general plans, etc. So I think what we should do is we should have a meeting and have an action plan with, which we can decide in what dates and what needs to be done by which department in order to find a solution to this matter, because I know it's an ongoing matter, and I believe if we can get through this challenge with regards to getting people compliant in terms of the land use and having title deeds, then people can apply. Because it's really a challenge for us also when people in the northern areas have tried to submit plans. But the other issue also is that our current human settlements projects, we need to fix those ones also. I think people should, when they get their houses, they must get their title deed. That should be sorted out, and there must be a general plan, because I don't know how the new projects, if they are in line, because we're kicking the can at the end of at the road. Do you understand? So we're solving one problem, but we're creating another problem again. So we need to find a solution to, if we are planning this project, that it goes through the correct processes, so that people at the end of the day, there's a general plan and there's a title deed. So that when a person wants to apply or submit an application, they've got everything they need, because every time it comes to us, and then we cannot follow due processes because it's still municipal land or et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if I've answered you, Councillor Lau, but that's the best I can do.
His hand is still up. I just want to know, before you go, Councillor Law, I just want to know quickly, Manager Building Control, you're saying that we are doing the one thing, but we're causing a problem on the other end. Can you maybe just explain that statement for me? I just want clarity on that, please, if you don't mind.
The thing is currently, I don't know, Manny, maybe you can also come in here. I don't know if the town planning processes are followed prior to we starting with a housing project. I don't know, because I don't receive any plans for housing. I've never received in the time that I've worked here. So I think there must be communication between our departments in a process to make life easier for our clients at the end of the day, so that when they follow these processes, the municipality has done also the due processes to get them compliant, and they get everything, the title deed, there's a general plan, there's town planning application, because normally when you start, you need to start with the town planning processes first, and then the others follow. So I don't know, any can maybe come in there with regards to that also.
Okay, any before you come in, so I'm going to give to Councillor Low now. So what you're actually saying is that we are putting the cart before the horses. That is actually what you're saying. Thank you. Councillor Low.
Mine is very simple, man. Planning department draft an email to the housing department, because you can't just go build houses and build houses, but you never receive any plans from housing department. It's incorrect. So mine is now send an email to the department and come together and solve that problem, because we can't have a situation where the planning department doesn't have anything from housing. It's incorrect. Houses have been built. If there's no general plans, if there's no plans that are submitted, how can the province come? How can we go and hand over houses, but there's no plans that they can even go and get from planning department? It's incorrect. So mine is that they have this meeting, send them an email, an urgent email, not wait until God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit is coming. Send an urgent email so we can correct things. Like what you have said, you said for years, while you're working in the municipality, you never receive anything from houses. The only thing that you see is that houses have been built. And then when there's problems, then you must go and solve it as the planning department. So mine is that, send an email, we're waiting for that. CC all the MMCs also into your emailing so we can deal with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Low. Can I allow the councillor next to me before the director goes?
So basically what you say when it comes to housing, HDA is doing their own thing now. That is what you basically say. HDA is doing their own thing, the Housing Development Agency, and not consulting with you guys as a town planning body from NICE. The other thing is, this is my concern, is that as you just alluded now to us, we are sitting with the biggest issue here in NICE now. We need to have a time frame attached when it comes to the client is submit his plan and everything. I don't know if you are also short of staff on that side, but that is basically what I'm picking up everywhere in all these directors. You are short of staff, and then the plans, I know for sure that a friend of mine's plan that lay almost there 7 months. So mine is very clear, is that we need to work hand in hand. And my question going to be again is that, so HDA is doing their own thing, and we need to sort that out as the MMMC of infrastructure just saying now.
Thank you, Councillor Cora, Director.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think we will start again that process and engage with integrated human settlements so that we get them starting the process. I know partly it's going to need some budget to do the general plans, amendments, and ensuring that before any housing project is now initiated, there is all the planning issues and compliances are put up and are in place. So that I know it's not something that can be overnight, but a process will definitely assist planning going forward so that whatever new projects that are starting, we are in a good stand where, as we are saying, under normal circumstances, when you are handing over an RDP house, then you should also be handing over a title deed. So that process we will be engaging also the provincial departments for funding. If we are able to get the funding, then we can work on that. And with regards to HDA, Councillor, it's I can say HDA, our municipality through IHS, we are one person in a way, because we're implementing the projects, and they also come as an agency of government to support in the implementation of the project. So the situation is as it is presented, that we are building houses and yet we are not complying in terms of town planning requirements. So the reason we are putting here is that it is done in the northern areas, and there is no proper planning by the user department, which is human settlements. We are adding on the wrongs that we have been doing in the prior years. So hence, we are saying we will again initiate that discussion and try to ensure that we champion it, we follow up with integrated human settlements. So that is our take, Chairperson, at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe.
Yes, I hear what the director said. What I'm saying to the director now is the MMC chair, the chairperson of housing, draft that email to them. Draft that email and make it an urgent thing. Because we can't work differently. If there's rules for residents outside, the other part of what we are doing, building RDP houses, the same rules must apply for us as the municipality. So mine is that draft that email, and it's an urgent email, so we can start with the process. Because I know how government is working. The moment you said you're going to start with the process, and that thing is not, the email is not coming through, then it's not going to happen. So draft that email and let we get it so we can starting. Even we are going into the budget process now. So we can say now, as we get money for professional service, so we can have general plans. This is my take on it.
Okay, thanks. As the chairperson of Planning and Economic Development and Tourism, I'm asking you, Director, to please send the email to the different spheres that needs to come together in order to see if we can get to a solution and maybe bring up or get the process going again, because at this stage, hence I was saying we're putting the cart in front of the horses. If you give someone something, that someone needs proof that it belongs to them, and in this case, it is obviously your title deed. To ensure that you are the owner of the house. But nevertheless, can we note this report, and can we then move to 5.5? If the committee agrees with me, can we note?
Yes, Chairperson, yes.
Thank you. We note, and we move to 5.5, Land Use Management Division Report, October to December 2025, and that is on page 45. Director.
Thank you, Chair. I will request Manager Land Use to lead the presentation of the report, and we will receive questions thereafter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Manager.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to take you through on page 49, the table at the bottom, application progress status. From it sort of provides a comparison between the previous reporting period and the current one. And Chair, you can see there's quite a substantial increase in...
Sorry, Annie, can you go through that thing the councillors can't see? Yeah, if you can, maybe just go through it.
It's on page 49 of the agenda.
Yes, but it's very small.
Oh, okay.
So therefore, I'm asking if you can maybe just...
Sorry, Chair, I've got connection problems with the Microsoft Teams.
Okay, let me just see something quickly. Here's it. Can I go through it? I've got it here. Total number of activity applications, previous reporting period, 128. Current reporting is 164. Is that is most the what you want us to look at, isn't it?
Yes, Chair, I just wanted to highlight in summary that we received more applications as from the previous period, and you will also note that the outstanding comments from departments also increased. We had a meeting internally this morning about overdue comments on applications, which was quite productive, and we will have engagement with the relevant departments to get the overdue comments so that we can finalize applications. And then at the same time, as you know, Chair, we've now got the tribunal up and running, so we are attending to all overdue applications.
Okay, I see here that you overdue comments from authorities. Previous report or the period, it was 29. Current reporting period, you say it's 47. The authorities, can you maybe explain to the committee, or to me, if the committee knows who the authorities, it's fine. I just want some clarity on that, please.
Chair, that consists of internal relevant municipal departments as well as external, which will inter alia include, depending on the application, Sandparks, Provincial Department of Agriculture, as well as the Department of Infrastructure and Transport. So it depends on each application, who's supposed to comment on the application. And then in terms of LUPA, external departments have a 60-day period to comment, and they're not keeping within those 60-day legal periods.
Okay, thanks. Annie, are you through with the report? Can we, is there any other comments? Councillor Campbell.
Yes, Chair, I've got two issues. The one is to do with the tribunal, and the other is land use planning applications. Chair, I don't know, I think you also received, I think the committee was copied into a letter today. We received a letter from the owners of Wild Oats Community Market in Sedgefield. They informed us that there's a land use application, amongst others a rezoning application for the Mosaic Market, that's the one next to the engine garage, and that they did not actually receive personal notice of this application, although they are persons whose rights or legitimate expectations may reasonably be affected. So what happened is last year a planning application was advertised, I think, in the Edge. They heard about it too late, and I think they submitted a comment. If I may just refer you to the planning bylaw, and this is section 46. So 46.1 says a municipality must cause a notice with the contents contemplated in section 47 to be served in at least the following applications. An application referred to in 45.1, that's a rezoning application, which this is. Then it says the notice must be served on persons, this is 2C, whose rights or legitimate expectations may reasonably be affected by the approval of the application, and on every owner of land adjoining the land concerned. I'm not going to read the other sections. So it is concerning that if what they are saying is correct, there was non-compliance with section 46, and it is not, section 46 makes it very clear the word must is used. So this is not an optional thing. It has also come to my attention that there was a further problem with the notification of the application, and that is that the public notice, whereas it was published in the Edge newspaper, it was not published on the municipality's website, which is again non-compliance. If I may refer you to section 45, subsection 2. Public notice of an application must be given by publishing a notice with the contents contemplated in section 47 on the municipality's website and publishing in a newspaper. So it's not all. So the website is compulsory. Now what the contents are that are set out in section 47, and it basically, the name and contact details of the applicant have to be provided, the identity of the land, the intent of the application. The notice must state that a copy of the application and supporting documentation will be available for viewing and placed after hours. I know the application was on the website. I might just mention that. It must state the name and contact details of the person to whom comments must be addressed. It must invite members of the public to submit written comments together with the reasons therefor, state in which format it must be submitted, state the date by which the comments must be submitted, which date may not be less than 30 days. So this is, whereas there was compliance in that the application was actually published on the website, nowhere on the website was it possible to determine the date of the application, when one has to comment, who you have to comment to, and this again is a prescriptive part of the bylaw. So I have also been informed that Sedgefield Island Village wrote to, I think, the municipal manager in December and pointed this out to them, and they received a response that was not satisfactory, that there was publication. Now, as I said earlier, there was publication of the application, but you must be able to consult the website to see where you must comment, to whom you must comment, and the date of that. So I just want to bring it to the attention of the Land Use Planning Department that this particular application, the service did not comply with the bylaw, which is I would say it's a fatal, it could be a fatal ground if this thing comes to the tribunal, but it is not too late.
Councillor Tate.
They can't correct it, Chair. So that's all I wanted to say at this point in time. But what concerns me is that I've now looked at the website. It seems as though we never publish on the website the actual notification. So if you go to the website, you will find the application, the details, but you don't find the date that you must comment by. You've got no idea. In fact, I personally had an issue last year where I was told of an application, went onto the website, could not see what the comment date was, wrote to the MM who never got back to me. So I think this could be something that could be a huge problem. We need to address this in our application so that we don't find that we get one to the tribunal one day and there's a fatal procedural defect. Thank you, Chair. Oh yes, and then I've got a comment about appeal, but maybe we can first deal with this. Appeal, the tribunal.
Thank you. I think, Councillor, if we look at the agenda, there is certain items. For what there is an item 5.8, which is based on the planning tribunal, then you can bring that in there. And then also there was now I know it's a zoning scheme bylaw that we're also going to go to. This is a land use management division report for October, which was in October, to December 2025. if there should be any new matters, it should be that you were talking about now about the bylaw. We can maybe slot it in there again. And then also the proposed amendment to the Knysna Municipal Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Law of 20, that one we can also maybe slot it in if it is okay with you, Councillor. 100%. No, I won't forget, we will slot it in. Can we then note the report of for 5.5, the land use one? So you say we can note it. Thank you. It is then noted 5.6, proposed amendments to the Knysna Municipality Zoning Scheme Bylaw 2020, and you can find it on page 50. Director, over to you. Is it your item?
Thanks, DM. I will present the item, thank you. This is the proposed amendment of the Knysna Municipal Planning Bylaw. The approach is that we are to introduce the proposed amendments and notify the Section 80, the committee, and up to council that we intend to commence the amendment of the zoning scheme bylaw. And this is mandated through Section 12 of the Municipal Systems Act. And therefore, before we can start the process, there should be proof that it was introduced and that in council, a member of council who is a councillor will then introduce the amendment, the proposal to amend the Knysna bylaw, zoning scheme bylaw. So that is that. And once we have done the amendments, we will be taking also council to, or the Section 80 and councillors in a form of a workshop to indicate what were the amendments that were made. So the procedure of all the IGR and steering committees as per Section 27 of the Western Cape Land Use Planning Act guides us in terms of the IGR processes that we should follow in amending the zoning scheme bylaw. And in the fact that we will need to also set up a technical steering committee that will also be leading the review and amendment of the zoning scheme, as we know that the last one was developed and adopted by council in 2020. As I've already talked to the council workshop, and then we will be presented to council for consideration before we can take it to the public for public comments. That is, council will have to give us their consideration that we can go to the public participation process. And once all those processes have been completed, we will need to gazette that, and we have requested from the budget adjustment process an amount of 70,000 so that we can be able to gazette the zoning scheme bylaw. That is the item. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Campbell.
Yes, Chair. I'm by far the oldest person here, but I've got a better memory, it would appear, because we dealt with a similar situation in August, on the 14th of August in our Section 80 meeting, when the proposed amendments to the land use planning bylaw were introduced. And this committee decided there, and this will be relevant to the next item as well, that the item on the proposed amendments of the Knysna Municipality Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Bylaw be withdrawn, and that the amended bylaw indicating assessments concluded, inclusive of relevant track changes and appropriate legislative prescripts and case law, be submitted to a workshop arranged by the Speaker. We as councillors cannot introduce a bylaw that we have not had time to consider in a workshop. This has come from the administration. I do not understand why. The same that applied to the planning bylaw applies to the zoning bylaw. I propose that it be withdrawn and that it be, legal has to go through it, and we need to be given the bylaw with track changes in a form where we can also comment, because at the end of the day, if us as councillors have to introduce a bylaw, we also have to satisfy ourselves with it and maybe introduce our own proposals. So I'm asking that we do exactly the same here as we did in August. I can repeat it, or I can just give it to committee services, exactly the same wording, except that we would now be talking about the zoning scheme bylaw, that this be removed. And the same for the next item, Chair. I can't understand, after this committee had resolved this had to happen, the same bylaw, land use planning bylaw, was brought back to us again, and our previous decision is completely ignored, Chair. Thank you.
Can I clarify, Chair?
Director, before you clarify, that's fine.
We are not presenting an amended bylaw. We are introducing the process that the committee introduces the proposed amendment process, not a proposed amended zoning scheme bylaw. Just like we did with the special development framework, before we started the actual process of the amendment, we need a council resolution that is mandating us to proceed with the processes of amending the bylaw. It's not here, as it is indicated here. We just want council to give us a go-ahead that go and amend. I think that's the reason on the first processes we agreed that let's withdraw that and also wait, because even the SDF were not allowed to amend until we have our SDF adopted by council. So there were delays in terms of the adoption of the MSDF, and as such, we could not also bring the proposed process that we can start with the process. I'm not sure if I'm very much clear. It's not the amended and the amendments. It's just to say we're giving it a go-ahead, and then we start the process. We set up the steering committees and all that. So it was initiating. The reason we withdrew it is because the SDF also at that time could not receive a approval at that stage. So we had to withdraw all these also. So I'm trying to be more clear as much as I can, Chairperson.
Councillor Campbell.
Chair, who is proposed to be part of the technical steering committee, and can councillors be part of that?
No, can I come, before you go there, Councillor Campbell, can I ask that the recommendations, because we need somehow, somewhere, some form of recommendation in order for this to be, or for the process to start. Do we need a specific councillor that will introduce the proposed amendment process to the Knysna zoning scheme bylaw? Do we need a specific councillor? So it must be someone from this committee. Am I right if I'm saying so? Or can it be any councillor out of the 21 councillors that we are? I'm just asking because it's, if you look at it, say the Act 32 of 2000, and then also it's talking about the section 12, right? And then if I can get an answer on that, then I will then we can go with the recommendation A. And then Councillor Campbell, if you get your answer on the technical steering committee, we can see to keep that on there. But council or us here must or will ask for a workshop on this. If we are going to withdraw this, we need to say that to one another. If we're going to amend some recommendations, and then say that it needs to go to a workshop, then it's the committee that are deciding that let us rather go and workshop this thing. Then there's a recommendation to that. Otherwise, we can, and I will actually just then say that we have that 3. Oh, and then obviously the 70,000, and I don't know why you just don't have this for additional in your budget, about the 70,000. But then maybe that 3 or 4 recommendations can go, but let me just get some clarity on, is it councillors of this committee that need to introduce the proposed amendment process, or can it be any? And then that Councillor Campbell also asked then that if councillors can be part of the technical steering committee. Can we just have clarity on that before we move, please?
Thanks, Chair. The regulations indicate that it can be any councillor who is a member of the council of Knysna municipality, or a member of the Section 80 committee. So it's not closed only to Section 80 members. Then with regards to the technical, as the word says technical, it's officials. Then we can have special Section 80s so that the technical team can come and make presentations on progress. I think we've done that also with the MSDF. So we can follow the same procedure where, because when you talk technical, we are discussing, we are not as technocrats, not on the same level. We engage, so we would then arrange work sessions where we make presentations to the Section 80 on the progress. It doesn't need to be only one workshop at the end, so we can arrange such platforms, Chairperson, but the technical committee is made up of officials from various sector departments, the province, national department, the district, and the municipality. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Yes, Chair, I just want to refer you to Section 12 of the Systems Act. 12.1, only a member or committee of a municipal council may introduce a draft bylaw of the council. So this is the wrong process. We're putting the cart before the horse. There's nothing that a councillor has to introduce the process for a draft bylaw. Our previous resolution on the spatial planning bylaw is correct. It must start with a workshop. If council is then satisfied that the draft bylaw we are happy for it to go out to public comment, then it can come to the Section 80 committee. It can then be introduced by one of the members. But there is nothing in Section 12 of the Systems Act that says a committee introduces a proposed amendment. You introduce it when you are happy with the draft bylaw and it's ready to go for public participation. So, Chair, I again repeat what I proposed earlier, that we withdraw and that it be sent to a workshop and the wording be the same as our decision on the 14th of August. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lowe.
Sorry, Chairperson, I'm just driving now, but Chairperson, there must be a workshop held. And if we agree in the workshop, this is what is going to happen, there will be a draft process, then we advertise the draft, take it to council, council accept it, and then we advertise the process. We can't come to a Section 18 committee, then we must approve a draft process. It doesn't work like that. It must be workshop first. Anything, any policy of the municipality must be workshop, and then we put up the draft. Because they come up with the draft, we workshop it, we make amendments on the draft, and then we take it to the Section 18, and from there we take it to the council, and we advertise the process. It's the first time that I hear that now first, Section 18 committee must approve the draft first.
Okay, now, I just want to be also clear, and to the administration also, and I think we need to understand this correctly. We as the committee can't approve things that needs to go to council, we can note and adopt. We can't approve. If we agree here that this thing was, that this one needs to go to a workshop, I'm a devil's advocate. If we agree, we're going to have a resolution then to say that there will be a council, that this be workshop. Councillor Lowe, can you mute yourself, please? Councillor Lowe. Then it will go then for all other two items at the bottom of this. Because in the workshop we will then have our columns and we will have our inputs and we will have whatever we have or want to do at the workshop. So my suggestion here is, and you can say yea or nay, is that it be noted that a council workshop be arranged to present, or I will just say that a council workshop be arranged, let us say be arranged to present the proposed, the draft, to present the proposed draft, check them out like that, Knysna zoning scheme and amended bylaw before. Or just to basically workshop, let us just workshop the Knysna zoning scheme amended bylaw. That so a workshop be done. Can we agree on that? Yes, Councillor Campbell.
Can I just amend your proposal ever so slightly, and that the amended bylaw indicating assessments concluded, inclusive of relevant track changes and appropriate legislative prescripts and case law, that this has to be submitted to the workshop, so that we just have and make sure we get all the information we need. So if we can go, I don't know if can we go with that, Chair?
The committee, can we go with that? Okay, I've got Councillor Petros and Councillor Kakora seconding your proposal. So I will then, Councillor Campbell, if you can put your mic off.
Oh, sorry.
I will then also would like to propose it for for 5.7 and 5.8. That we first workshop that, and then I don't want items to be removed. I want that, what Councillor Campbell was saying now, being put as the recommendation so that we have something to work on. So all three items will be workshopped. That is what the item is saying. So, you and the director, see what you can do with the office or through the office of the speaker to get those workshops done ASAP in order for us to go over to the next step. Okay? Yeah, no, there's more items coming. Shall we move? Thank you. Shall we geloof my nie? Hulle glo my nie as ek vir hulle dit goed sê nie. Where is it? Give me 5.9.
217, Chair.
Okay, public access for boat launching site at Swartvlei Lake, 217. Councillor, Director, through you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Through you, Chairperson, I will request the manager, land use management, to take us through the item. Thank you.
Any go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this item is to obtain a mandate from council to explore public access to Swartvlei Lake. It has been something that's been coming for many decades with the previous former Sedgefield municipality, and the Sedgefield Ratepayers Association approached the municipality to sort of revive the project and take it where it was left and investigate proposed public access sites around Swartvlei Lake. So basically what we want to do, Chair, is get a mandate from council, prepare a business plan and then source funding for the necessary approvals for that, because there's a lot of environmental requirements, both from Sandparks as well as DFFE, there's town planning requirements. So all of these requirements require funding. And so what we want to do, Chair, is prepare a business plan and then go out there and source funding so that we can appoint the necessary specialists and experts to do the applications and look at potential sites for the public access. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd like to save us a lot of money. Swartvlei is part of the Garden Route National Park, and the management authority is Sandparks. I would suggest that the administration arranges a meeting with Sandparks, identifying possible sites to see whether there are any sites that they would be okay with, and that they then, if there are sites that are appropriate, then approach this council and say to us, well, we've identified this and that site, but we need to start by talking to Sandparks, because we won't be able to do anything without their approval. So that, in short, is what I would say. We can note it, but that that the item be withdrawn and that the administration first meet with Sandparks to see whether there are any possible sites that can be agreed on, and then we can go and look into what approvals would be necessary and what it would cost, etc. Sandparks could possibly also provide access. Then it's not a problem from our side. Thank you, Chair.
Any? Thank you, Chair. We had a meeting with Sandparks, the representative for coastal management at the district municipality, Dr. Viljoen. At that meeting, we also had our colleagues from our environmental management department, the ratepayers, and this project forms part of the coastal management program of the district. So what we're trying to do here is actually a project listed in the coastal management program of the Garden Route District Municipality. And Sandparks did provide their input, Councillor Campbell, together with Dr. Viljoen from the Garden Route District Municipality. So we've done that exercise already. There is approvals acquired from Sandparks. So there needs to be applications prepared so that Sandparks can approve these sites. We have identified sites, and we discussed it at that meeting with Sandparks and the other stakeholders. And it was agreed that we need to approach council for a mandate so that we can move forward with this project and proceed at the next step, which is the business plan. Which the business plan will also be done in consultation with all the key role players, including Sandparks.
Councillor Campbell.
Chair, unfortunately, none of that information is in the report. I think we need a more comprehensive report so that we have got some idea what was done. We, for example, were now told that there was a process way back that was stopped. That could be very useful if we could get that information. So unless the administration wants to come back to us with a business plan and sites, that's fine. But at this point in time, we really don't have enough information for anything. Thank you, Chair.
What is your, are you giving a counter recommendation or proposal, Councillor Campbell, or what do you suggest?
Possibly, unfortunately, I don't have that item in front of me, the recommendation, so I'm a little bit in the dark, but.
Can I read
but
it to you?
Thank you, Chair.
I read that council, the recommendations is that council delegates the acting municipal manager to conclude a service level agreement with the Garden District Municipality for the establishment of public access onto Swartvlei Lake, okay? And that a business plan be submitted to council for approval in order to source funding for the planning and implementation of the project. That's basically very simple what they're asking us to do.
Yeah,
So-
it might be simple, Chair, but we've got no idea what's in the service level agreement. Surely, if we want to authorize a service level agreement, we need to have a copy of it. So I would then suggest that the item comes back to us with a business plan and a copy of the service level agreement and the proposed site, so that we at least can know what we're agreeing to, because we... Thank you, Chair. That's my proposal.
Anything from your side, administration, any director? Can we then ask the item to come back with relevant information if the committee agrees from you guys' side quickly?
If I'm getting Councillor Campbell clearly, what is being requested is that we bring the draft service level agreement and the draft business plan before we can request approval to do them. So is that, because is that what is being said? We must first bring the two draft documents.
Chair, and
Then-
maybe some idea of the proposed sites.
Director, any, do you want to answer? Director? Are we going to remove the item and then you guys are going to come back, or we're going to amend the recommendations and say that the planning that the planning, economic development and tourism department come back to us with the service level agreement for scrutiny, and then also the business plan with the amended or with the sites that they are basically saying. Are we going to do the draft? Yes. Can we, direct?
I think, DM, I don't know. Here, therefore, the acting municipal manager can develop, so the approval is granted that an SLA and a business plan can be drafted, but cannot be concluded and signed off prior to it being presented here. Yes, that was the request. Definitely, it will be brought back once we have it. We didn't want to start a process, have a business plan, an SLA developed, wasting much of the time, and only to find that even that exercise is not acceptable. So if the committee agrees that we can process this, but prior to the conclusion of it being signed, we bring it back, then I'm happy, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay. You guys are playing with words. It's good. It's nice. It's nice. It's. Yes. No, that's what I'm saying. Yes. For approval. Yeah. Fine. Okay. Anita, Tracy, you've got that. Okay. So it's sorted. Can we move? And then just we have to obviously just add the areas. Councillor Campbell.
Yes, the proposed sites.
Yes, the proposed sites. Then we can move. The item actually, let me rather not go in there. Let us. Can we move with the recommendations, with the amended recommendations? Thank you. Director, your item is still on 5.1, 5.10. It's your item, Director.
Thank you, Chair. My item on the report on the Greater Knysna Farmers Cooperative NPO Forum, this is just for noting that there is a Farmers Cooperative NPO of forum that is sitting, and they would love that we also participate in their forum, just to see maybe how they can collaborate with the municipality, noting that there is quite a number of challenges that the municipality is facing We know we've got roaming cattle along N2 and others, so we've not been engaging with the farmers of Knysna. So we are just notifying the committee that there is a farmers cooperative NPO for Knysna, which they have approached the municipality so that we can work together. If there is a need for an SLA, we'll come back to the Section 80 and indicate upon having scrutinized their operations versus the standard operating procedures and regulations of the municipality. So it's just presented that they've come to us to indicate that they do exist and they would want to work with the municipality. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Can we note that the recommendations are saying that the presentation from the Greater Knysna Farmers Cooperative NPO Forum be noted? Can we note that? Yes. We do note. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
Sorry, Chair, there's...
Is the item of the tribunal, we must not say that you must come with everything, that 5.6, 5.7, 5.8, you must come with, we first going to workshop that thing. That is what we said. The rules of the, yes, we noted that, but it will be workshopped.